activities. It became an independent entity in 2020. This event exemplifies our institution's dedication to fostering knowledge, innovation, and collaboration among students, educators, and industry professionals. We are pleased to present our conference theme, A Whole New World, the Business Landscape in an Emerging Era. In a time of unprecedented technological advancements, evolving global dynamics, and transformative market trends, this event serves as a strategic platform to examine the opportunities and challenges shaping the future of business. We are honored to welcome distinguished speakers and industry experts who will share their invaluable insights and experiences, equipping us with knowledge to thrive in this new era. Our conveners of the conference, Dr. Gunjan Hasdani and Dr. Swati Checker, have meticulously planned this conference, ensuring dynamic, engaging, and impactful conference experience with focus on knowledge sharing. We extend our sincere appreciation to our esteemed award sponsors, Board Infinity and Impact Sure Technologies, for their generous support. Their contributions play a pivotal role in recognizing and celebrating exceptional research and innovation, while also inspiring continued excellence in academic and professional endeavors. It's an honor to have all of you here as we embark on a journey of knowledge sharing, research excellence, and collaboration. At SIES, as per our tradition, the commencement of proceedings of any occasion start by invoking the blessings of the Almighty. We shall now commence this auspicious event with Saraswati Vandana, a sacred invocation of the goddess of knowledge and wisdom. I request the dignitaries and the senior members of the institute to light the traditional lamp. I request our student Dhanali to recite the Saraswati Vandana in her melodious voice.
या कुन्देतु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिर्देवे सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेषजाड्यापहा सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you. I request the ushers to escort the dignitaries to the dais. I request the dignitaries to be on the dais, please. With this, we officially commence Day 2 of the International Management Research Conference 2025. To extend a formal welcome to our esteemed guests, participants, and scholars, I invite Professor Dr. Deepa Dikshit, our Director of SIES School of Business Studies, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to all of you on this second day of the research conference. Professor Dr. Justin Paul, sir, other dignitaries of the days, my faculty members, students, faculty and students from other institutions who are going to be presenting today. It gives me great pleasure to have you participate in this research conference. One of the things, as we were waiting and having a good chat and with Dr. Justin Paul and our guest from Hafkins Institute and other faculty members and dignitaries who are here today, there was a common element of the need to be curious, to keep on looking at how we may solve challenges for society and what is the kind of mindset that one requires. So one of the faculty was just sharing that, I'm a jack of all, maybe master of none, because I have so much experience in different areas. And we were thinking how that can also contribute to building something interesting, and how collaboratively somebody with depth and somebody with width can come together and bring in something of value that will add or change the way people appreciate things or are able to make a contribution to the lives of people around us. We are all a privileged lot. Not all people outside have the kind of exposure or the kind of people who are there in our lives to, not everybody has this privilege that we can engage with people of knowledge and try and see what we can do. So today, my request is going to be that you're meeting people of your kind, you're meeting people who are like-minded, wanting to make a contribution. Please do make the best of it. We have tried to create an ecosystem that will encourage this, and we have one of the most, some of the most acknowledged people in their own field, starting with Dr. Justin for today. Enjoy the session, and we hope that you'll take a lot of learnings away from today. Thank you very much. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and for setting the tone for this conference. Your vision and leadership continues to guide us towards excellence. To begin the day on an intellectually stimulating note, we would have a keynote address by Dr. Justin Paul, Provost and Dean, NMIMS School of Business Management, on the topic Changing Business Landscape in the Emerging World, Synergies and Strategies. I request Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am and Dr. Nitin Mazirani sir to felicitate Dr. Justin Paul. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Paul is a globally recognized scholar, researcher, and an academic leader, holding 3 PhDs from prestigious institutions like University of Brighton, England, and IIT Bombay. He is among the top 70 most highly cited professors in business and economics globally, with citations increasing at the record growth of over 1,200 every month and an H index of 92. Currently serving as Dean and Provost at NMIMS, on long leave from the professorship at the University of Puerto Rico, San Juan, PR, USA. He is also a distinguished senior research fellow visiting Corvinus University of Budapest and European EQUIS accreditation judge for EQUIS accreditation judge for EFMD Global. Dr. Paul also has held positions at the University of Washington, Nagoya University in Japan, and IIM India, and has been a long-term visiting professor at the University of Reading, England. He has introduced influential frameworks like the Mastige model, CPP model, Scope framework for small firms, 7P framework for international marketing, ADO, TCCM, and SPAR4 SLR protocols for literature reviews, significantly impacting research. A prolific author, Dr. Paul has published 200+ articles in leading journals, including 75 papers in A or A-star journals on the ABDC list, along with books for Pearson, McGraw-Hill, and Oxford University Press. He has delivered keynote speeches at over 500 universities across 90 countries and published case studies with Ivy and Harvard. He is also an editor-in-chief of International Journal of Consumer Studies, Consumer Research Journal, with the highest impact factor in the world with an A rank. That's not all. In addition, he has taught full courses in Denmark, France, Lithuania, and Poland, and was a keynote speaker of 200+ conferences at UVSQ France, KSMS Korea, Polish Academy, and often in India. He has served as a visiting professor at the University of Chicago, Vienna, University of Economics and Business, Fudan University in China, and UAB in Barcelona and Madrid. With an unparalleled influence in business research, Dr. Paul continues to shape global academic discourse, making an indelible mark in the fields of consumer behavior, marketing, and international business. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Justin Paul as he delivers the keynote address.
And I'm going to take this small liberty that, you have heard his profile, but what is not written in the profile and which I'm sure you will experience in today's session, as Professor Nitin and me have had the joy of experiencing, is truly understanding the value of humility when you are a person of wisdom. Outstanding human being, and has been so kind to us. And I think he meets everybody who wants to learn, whether you are a young student or an acclaimed professor, with the same amount of what we call, Professor Paul, in Hindi it is called Sahaj Bhav. He's so clear and so lucid when he meets everybody that he makes you feel really, I sometimes feel he's listening too intently. Let me watch my words. Yeah. But, thank you for coming here today. Over to you. I couldn't resist myself. Yeah. So please.
Thank you, Professor Deepa Dikshit, Director. Yeah. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here today to deliver this keynote speech as part of International Management Research Conference organized by SIES College, jointly with other education institutions. We live in a smart world. Smart has become a synonym for everything. This is an era of smartphones. This is an era of smart watches. This is an era of smart cars. And this is also an era of smart people. Smart girls and boys. Smart men and women. So everything has become smart. Smart is synonym for almost everything that we do in our life, daily basis. Advancements in technology and digital transformation have profound influence in business and society and in economy in many different ways these days. Look at how people lived before 1997, pre-internet time, pre-internet period. Many of us were here, right? I'm not sure how many of the students who are here were before 97. So the world changed, totally. The internet changed. The WWW, World Wide Web, changed everything in 97 or 96 when it was introduced. And the same way, we have also seen a lot of other changes over the years. If you actually look at and try to summarize the changes and try to link with society and economy and business, one can easily find that, and one can easily relate with all those recent developments and say that this is an era of mobile apps. This is an era of social media, and this is an era of artificial intelligence, including ChatGPT, that has revolutionized almost everything we do in our life. Look at the impact of artificial intelligence. A lot of jobs are being replaced, So you don't need, you don't need to know, you don't need to learn everything in classroom these days. As a professor, I cannot say that, but you don't need doctors and lawyers these days, because ChatGPT will answer whatever doubts you have, any legal doubts, any medical doubts. So I don't know why we need doctors and lawyers when we have ChatGPT. So I did clarify all my doubts after ChatGPT was introduced, and ChatGPT has given me perfect answers about almost everything under the sun. So a lot of changes like that. I'm not sure how many of you actually use. Try to leverage it. Try to leverage almost every new tech-based tools that are made available during last 10 years or last 5 years or last 2 years, in case if we are not leveraging it, including the Digi Yatra at Indian airports. Digi Yatra. Have you ever used it? Saves your time. You can avoid policeman. A lot of having lived in different countries all over the world and traveled in more than 100 countries in the world, I can easily say that you don't need to meet any policeman to enter to the airports in any other parts of the world. Only in India and Africa you need to meet policemen to enter to the airports. So with Digi Yatra, Government of India simplified that process. You don't need to meet a policeman. But I can tell you a simple story of what happened to a 75-year-old woman at the airport in Delhi when I was just behind her. I mean, I was in the line. This was before Digi Yatra. And this lady had an Aadhaar card and waiting in the line to enter to the airport in Delhi, IGI airport in Delhi. And policeman is taking the ID cards of passengers who enter to the airport in Indian airports, which is not the case in Europe or Japan or Singapore or US. And policeman is looking at the Aadhaar card of the lady and says that this is not looking like, this photo. You don't look like this photo. Ye aapka photo nahi hai. So lady can answer, so policeman is actually not only wasting, because when you reach airport, when you have to go to airport, today also 7:30 p.m. I have a flight. So if you reach the airport, if you don't use Digi Yatra, what happens is that you're actually on tight schedule when you reach the airport. And even if one person before you, if you are in a line, policeman is taking 10 minutes or 5 minutes with one passenger, policeman is actually risking the life of all other passengers, because the flight will not wait for you. So, and a lady ka answer kya? Lady said, "Oh, mera photo hai, wo 20 saal pehle liya." So, and because of that, and policeman is not agreeing that this is lady's photo, and then the policeman is creating trouble for all other passengers who are behind the lady. So, I mean, now Digi Yatra, you don't need to lie, you don't need to be in any line with Digi Yatra. Download Digi Yatra and upload your boarding pass, do the online check-in, and go to the airport. You have a separate gate, and based on your facial recognition, you save your time. Otherwise, you are required to be at the airport 2.5 hours before. With Digi Yatra, you can arrive at the airport even, I would still advise you to reach airport 2 hours in advance to avoid any risk. But still, you can save 45 minutes time with Digi Yatra. Artificial intelligence is, look at different aspects of AI, look at different aspects of mobile apps. We all need to be first or fast movers. So a lot of things have changed. So a lot of things, the economy or the business, the way we do business, the way I'm an author of a book called Business Environment. I'll tell you that story later. So business environment has changed completely. All these have influence and impact and implications in different ways in our life, in different sectors, different domains, different countries. Multi-impact in different ways. You can see this visible. Some of them are visible, some of them are invisible. Two types of impact. And on the other side, India has overtaken China as the most populated or populous country in the world. India has the potential to achieve the status of a developed country based on sustainable growth, dedication, determination, and high quality education in different subject areas, because knowledgeable human resources are critical for the development of an economy. This also requires good management or best management practices in every organization in a country. So we will ask a question: what are the best governance and best management practices that we can try to implement in an organization? Since I see many management students here, so I'm not sure they are first year or second year. So I would like to ask you a question: what is the basic difference? So what is the difference between a boss and a leader? Yeah.
Usually focuses on transactional activities
based on my experience in different countries, so if you have different experience, Sir said he has experience in different domains and different industries. My experience is not in different domains and different industries, but in different countries. I came, so I've been last 17 years, I was outside this country, and I lived in America. I'm a US citizen actually, and having experience in 4 years in Japan, and all those experiences have given me a lot of insights about different type of management practices in different countries. A boss would say, go. A leader would say, let's go. That's the difference. And we need many leaders. And we need all of you to be future leaders, not bosses. Having lived in different countries, based on my experience, I would like to draw your attention to 2 countries that I think Indians can learn from them in different ways. One is Japan and second one is South Korea. India and Indian government is talking about Viksit Bharat these days. Look at South Korea. South Korea was a developing country in 1970s or 1960s with a low income level and relatively low quality of life in South Korea. With a lot of dedication and hard work, and with the help of their companies achieving global success, South Korea has emerged as a role model country. And South Korea is officially ranked and classified as an advanced economy by international agencies such as World Bank and IMF these days. And I visited South Korea 3 times. My brother lived in South Korea for 3 years. And what I have seen in South Korea these days, my most recent visit to South Korea was last year. And in Seoul city, if you have ever had a chance to go to Seoul, if you haven't been, walk around in the Seoul, in the city center area, or 5 or 10 kilometers within city center area. There are many tech parks, AI-based parks these days. They provide you solution for almost all your problems in your life. I was in what they call it as AI-based tech park, and so I was in one of those kind of parks, and I saw many girls standing in a line, in a queue. I did not understand why these girls are waiting for half an hour to talk to they have chat boards, AI boards, and like these days even business schools are conducting PI, personal interviews, using the AI boards. So they have those computers and chat boards at those tech parks, and then it operates almost like ChatGPT, but you can and whatever you need, solutions for your problem. Those girls are standing there mainly because I asked these girls, why are you standing there? And one of the girls said that she has a pimple and she wants medicine for pimple. Then I was wondering why she's not going to the doctor. And so she is waiting there to get the prescription based on her pimple, and she even I found her that she can even upload the photo of pimple there, and the machine, the chatbot is giving an answer, and a printout is coming up from there with what medical, what like a cream or what cream, the name of the cream and all those kind of things she showed me also. So you can get all those kind of things from these days. Like it works almost similar to ATMs. I found like, ATMs, you go to the bank ATMs, and then so so that kind of advancements for our daily needs. And this is not only that particular girl had pimple problem, and somebody else I met, he is waiting there because another girl. She says that she has dandruff. Yeah, so she wants solution for dandruff or prescription for dandruff. She is also in the line. So this is a kind of, looks like a medical kiosk based on, chatting and feeding your own information, and then you get the solutions. So medicines automatically coming out. So they have advanced to that extent. And another example, when I arrived at Seoul Incheon Airport, I found that even the passport scanning, they have automatic passport scanning these days. You don't need to meet policeman again. I mean, that saves time and that simplifies the process. Otherwise, sometimes if we have to meet policeman, the other day I was in London airport and I had a tough time because what happened is that when they were scanning my handbag, there was a water bottle in the handbag at London Heathrow Airport, and then if you have water bottle or something in your handbag, the machine catch your bag, and you have only 45 minutes for your flight, and you have stress because the policeman will not give the bag. I don't know how many of you have ever experienced this situation. And then I was waiting 15 minutes, and I told the police lady that I have a flight. Then police lady was getting angry for no reason. So just because I told her that I have a flight, and it was not even an economy class. I had a fast track line. Because I had a flight with somebody sponsored from Europe, and not somebody, some university. So, and I told this, I have a fast track line, and then she did not agree. She said fast track line only to board the flight, not for security check. So, so even she was harassing a business class passenger. I don't go every time in business class, but that day I had a business class flight. So she was harassing me. And then finally what she found, a water bottle. I wasted, and I forgot to take water bottle. So what I'm trying to say is that if you have all this mechanism, all this automatic, otherwise if you go to a foreign country with a passport, I tell you an experience in Egypt. There's a university called German University in Cairo, invited me as PhD examiner. And they have a rule that examiners should go directly. And they invited me. I had a flight and arrived at Cairo airport. They don't have this automatic passport scanning and other kind of things. And then I had to meet with the policeman. And I had 3 phones in my pockets. What the policeman found was that I have 3 phones. So policeman thought I'm a terrorist. Because terrorists have 3 phones. One from Pakistan, another one from Nepal, another one from Bombay. So he found 3 phones in my pocket. So policeman, when you arrive in a foreign country, they look at you sometimes, policeman, with suspicious mindset. And so he was asking me questions like, why you need 3 phones? What are you doing here? I told 1 phone is American, 1 phone is Indian, 1 phone is European. I have 3 SIMs and 3 phones. Then he said, oh, what do you do in Europe? What do you do in India? What do you do in US? So started asking me questions and like some brief, and that's why suppose if we have automatized all these kind of screening processes with passport automatization, all those kind of things, you don't need to answer all these policemen's unnecessary and rude questions, and you don't need to talk to them because policemen all over the world are rude. They will make you weep and cry. Otherwise, if you get angry, they will take you to jail. So it is better. So what I'm trying to say is that the technology has brought us a lot of changes, and we need to also try to leverage all these new technologies that is coming up. And I'll tell you a couple of other examples how industry and academia can collaborate, because in the changing scenario, it's also important for academic institutions like SIES to collaborate with industries. I visited 3 universities in South Korea, and I had 3 different trips. And the first one, my first visit to South Korea was to Korea University in Seoul. So it's one of the leading universities in South Korea. And I had a conference. Korean Scholars of Marketing Science invited me as keynote speaker. And this was a couple of years ago. And my speech, like this, they have an auditorium, so it's much bigger than this, and it is called LG Hall or LG Auditorium, located within the Korea University premises. So auditorium is named as LG Auditorium because LG has sponsored the auditorium. But it is not LG University. It's Korea University, a government university. But even the government university has collaborations with companies in South Korea. And I had another, so that's how they work, public-private partnership. LG is a private sector company. And another occasion, I visited Yonsei University. Yonsei University was established by the Catholic community in South Korea, and long back, very, very old university, and it's one of the top 3 universities in South Korea. Seoul National University, Korea University, and Yonsei. These are the 3 Sky Universities that they call it as Sky Universities in South Korea. And I was there for 2-3 days. I had interactions with faculty members and students, separate sessions, and they treated me with a lot of dignity, and they showed me their library, fantastic library, high-tech library. Even in the US, some universities do not have that kind of library. And again, I was walking around, I found that there's a marble, so in Malayalam it's called marble palakam. I don't know what is there in Marathi. So Hindi I can speak, but not Marathi. So the library name is in a very nice design. It's printed outside and showcased as Yonsei Samsung Library. And I was curious why Samsung's name is given for library. And then I asked a question, my doubt I wanted to clarify. And then they told me that Samsung is sponsoring 50% of the expenses of the library of Yonsei University every year. So the MOU with the Samsung is that Samsung will donate or Samsung will sponsor every year 50%, half of the expenses, and the library name is Samsung Library. So, Samsung Yonsei Library. It's joint venture. So we all talk about joint venture and so this is how they work. Universities and colleges have partnership with industries and academia. And the best practices of governance, vision and mission of Korean companies help them to achieve the global success for companies such as Samsung, LG, Hyundai, and many other enterprises with the support from their government agencies. All resulted into South Korea's emergence from underdeveloped or developing country to the true status of a developed country. So those who talk about and those who dream about Viksit Bharat need to learn some lessons and insights from South Korea so that India can also transform, or Indian organizations can also transform like Korean organizations. As a country also, this country can transform similar to Korea's development and growth. Encouraging technology, research and development, innovation. They are also very important in South Korea and Japan. I found several examples for that. They always talk about technology, always talk about innovation. And high quality education South Korea provides in the universities. There are many examples how universities and industry support each other in South Korea. And such kind of collaborations can be replicated in India as well. There are many industry speakers coming to universities daily basis. And I also found that in South Korea, industry leaders get a lot of importance. In India, movie stars and political leaders get more importance. So I tell you an example. This was during my stay in Korea University. Korea University decided during the convocation, and they awarded honorary doctorate to the CEO, the president of Hyundai companies. And in India, what I find is that honorary doctorates are normally given to movie stars and politicians. And chief guests of convocations are also our so-called beautiful and handsome cabinet minister ladies and gentlemen from political parties. In South Korea, always convocation chief guests and even honorary doctorate goes to industry leaders. And industry leaders get so much importance in South Korea. And in Europe, when I go to Europe, what I see is that honorary doctorates in Europe are normally going to great scientists and academicians, not political leaders and movie stars. But honorary doctorate in this country always go to movie stars and cricket stars and political leaders. So that is the difference between South Korea, India and Europe. Industry get prime priority and privilege and importance in South Korea. Academicians and scientists get the same status in Europe. When it comes to India, always politicians. The other day I was at an institution of eminence which is run by one of the leading saints, a lady saint in South India. So this is also South Indian organization, but that is operating in a different spectrum. And the conference was inaugurated by a cabinet minister, and they were proudly talking about the cabinet minister. They took almost 45 minutes to introduce cabinet minister, so just to make him happy. So madam has taken 2 minutes today. So, but what I'm trying to say is that so this country worship political leaders, movie stars, and cricket leaders. Cricket is another thing in this country, and if you are a cricket star like Tendulkar and Gavaskar and Panormkar and Olka, everybody, and you are the 5-star here. So, and movie stars also. So, but movie stars, they have no place in Europe and South Korea. They are never worshipped, and neither political leaders. And so that's the difference. I'm not asking you to change everything in this country, but I'm just giving you global perspectives, what I have seen, and sharing my experiences, what I have seen. And and now I would like to give you some perspectives about Japan. I lived in Japan from March 2007 to December 2011. And I was an associate professor. I was teaching in a university, Nagoya University in Japan. And what I learned in Japan during my stay was everything was destroyed in Japan during Second World War. And about Nagasaki, Hiroshima, all those kind of places, and nuclear bombs in those places, and even Bombay type Chota bombs were there in Tokyo. Even Tokyo was destroyed with Bombay type Chota bombs. You know what I mean by Bombay type Chota bomb? Fire type bombs, not nuclear. Like when you have some festival, New Year and all. Yeah. So those kind of bombs. So even Tokyo was destroyed that way. So in total, almost everything was, Japan was like ashes. Japan was like, and with lot of determination, dedication, and hard work, and combined effort of Japanese people, companies, and government, Japan had risen like a phoenix bird by late 70s, within 30 years. The strategic planning, vision, mission, importance given to unique culture and technology and innovation, research and development, long-term planning, focus on manufacturing goods and maximizing global sales strategically, all those helped them to emerge as the second largest economy in the world in 30 years of time. From ashes to the second largest economy in the world after the US. That's what it is about Japan. We have to learn about the Japanese story. An island. Islands are subject to challenges. Second largest economy in the world. So Japan and Japanese companies had given importance to new technologies and innovation, and crime-less society's desire for peace, harmonious culture, all helped the Japanese economy to transcend horizons and achieve the status as a true developed economy at that time, overtaking Germany. I would like to provide and share some of my experiences in Japan. When I moved to Japan in March 2008, my Japanese university decided there was a B2B attempt from Apple. Apple offered 3,000 MacBook at that time to the Japanese university at very subsidized price as a B2B marketing outcome. And Japanese university decided to, make the entire campus as Apple Mac campus with white Apple Macs given to everybody, students, faculty, and everybody on campus. And Japan has auto sliding doors in majority of the buildings. Japan has embraced technology, and always Japan and Japanese love to hug new technology. Japan has automatic toilets everywhere. How many of us has automatic toilets? I came back to India in May and just completed 9 months and I have a driver, I have a car, I have a cook. I don't have automatic toilet. But in Japan, I've been using automatic toilet since March 2008. And not only me, every individual, every household has an automatic toilet in Japan. It is part of their cleanliness. It is also part of their technology advancement. So why can't we have automatic toilets in this country, at least in public toilets? We are talking about a lot of things that India is so, but you go to the train station, you go to the bus station, you need fingers to cross your, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that the public toilets, automatic toilets, a lot of things, and you know, so it's important to think about. So that gives me a feeling that this country is 18 years behind Japan. My former Japanese dean Kobayashi sensei used to tell me, we go everywhere, not we, they, because I'm not Japanese. We go everywhere in the world with a goal. Learn the best from the West. Unlearn the worst from the West. Implement the best at home in Japan. Dr. Diba is a very dynamic director. Suppose she goes to other colleges and other universities, she will learn the best from other colleges and implement the best practices back at SIES. So that's what Japanese do.
Incidentally, I've been to Japan. That's true.
Yeah. So this is what my Japanese dean, he never behaved like a boss. So, but in India, many people behave like a bosses. So he always behaved like leader. That's why he used to tell me all these things frankly. We go everywhere with a camera. He also tells them why Japanese invented camera. He also, one day he asked me that also. You know, what is the reason why Japanese are champions in cameras? Most of these camera companies, Canon, Sony, and all are Japanese, you know. So they had a desire to learn from everywhere in the world. Copy the picture, what is best, and try to implement back. Because if you don't take picture, you forget. So wherever you travel, you need to take a picture. That's why, but they don't let you to take picture of their factories. I went to Toyota factory in Nagoya, Japan, the #1 factory in Japan. But they did not let outsiders to take pictures. They let you to see how they make the cars. Even those days, they had robots picking up nuts and bolts from one machine and making the cars. Even these days, in India, robots have come only last 5 years, I guess, but they had robots even those days. So, another example, what Kobayashi Sensei, my dean, told me, another example I tell you. He himself told me, Toyota sent managers to the US, to the Ford factory to learn how Ford manufactures cars and try to implement those best practices with some innovation, with some native innovations, with some frugal innovation in Japan, and try to implement, try to copy the best from the West and added something native, something frugal, and Toyota became more popular. And Fuji, same way. Fuji is another Japanese company. Fuji had a joint venture with America's Xerox, the pioneer in photocopying technology. But later, Fuji emerged as a market leader. And it is Toyota that sells more cars in the world these days. It is not Ford. It's not GM. So something similar can happen to you and me also. In India also I had two examples. There is a faculty member at MDI, a lady faculty member. So she's much younger than to me. So, and then sometimes, you know, why I'm talking about this, that Xerox helped Fuji. But Xerox, the name of Xerox is a synonym for photocopying machine. But then what Fuji did to Xerox was not that nice. I mean, same thing, Toyota also did that to Ford. So, this lady from MDI, she's a professor, she's an associate professor now. So, when she did not have any research paper publication or any book, I already had published 3-4 books at that time. And then she came to me and she requested me to help her to publish research paper. I spent my time, trained her, and then I gave her co-authorship even in my book and my research paper. And she was working in a very unknown institution because her PhD is from a Faltu college in Delhi, not from MDI or not from a reputed institution. And then I gave her A-star publication, Journal of World Business. I gave her publication, International Business Review. So with me, and I included her as a co-author in another book. And then all those helped her to get a job at MDI. MDI is like IIM. Once she became MDI professor, she thought she knows now everything, she is more competent. And I have another book called Export-Import Management published by Oxford University Press. And then she published, I had included her as a co-author in my book published by Tata McGraw-Hill at that time. Then she had the contact of Tata McGraw-Hill, used that contact, proposed them to author a book on the same title that I have a book, Export-Import Management, published a book titled Export-Import Management to compete with me. So what I'm trying to say is that, so people are also like that. So what I'm trying to say is that. So sometimes you will not feel like to help people beyond an extent when you have this kind of experience. So there are several things. So I would like to go back to Japan and take your attention to what Japanese do as part of their businesses. And they have something called 5S philosophy. This 5S consists of 5 Japanese words. Seiri. Seiri means sort out. Second, seiton. Seiton is a Japanese word. Seiton implies set in order. Third, seiso, meaning clean and shine. Fourth, seikatsu, meaning standardize. Fifth one, shusuke, implies sustain, survive, succeed, and sustain. So they always try to talk about these 5. They have other management practices like Kaizen, total quality management, just in time. You know, I was born when Japan was booming. That's why my father named us Justin. So these 5S coming from Japanese language have its own far-reaching implications. And some of us, so we can learn and we can try to implement whenever we have an opportunity to implement these practices in any organization that you will be working for, that you are working, or you will be running your business. All these are important. In English, sorting out is important. You have to understand what is good and bad, and you have to sort it out, and you have to prioritize, because if you do not prioritize, you cannot move. If you always spend your time on texting to others on WhatsApp, so you cannot run your business. You cannot work productively. Your productivity decreases if you become addicted to social media, if you become addicted to WhatsApp. Of course, we can be addicted, but we have to manage our time. Time management in the era of WhatsApp is also important. So, seiton, set in order, and seiso, clean and shine. Japanese have a sense of cleanliness. It's inherent in Japanese society. And shusuke means sustainability. Japanese always think about, they always do long-term planning. They never do short-term planning. The masters in time management. 10 o'clock meeting is 9:55 for Japanese. And they don't like if you're late. And I used to have when I arrived in Japan, my university people told me, they gave me an apartment, and then they told me that we have another Japanese professor. He will pick you up for first 2 weeks. First 2 weeks they helped me to get acquainted to the place and all. 2 weeks he would come. And he told me, you wait in front of your building at 8 o'clock. I would go at 8 o'clock. Sometimes, few days I was late by 1 or 2 minutes. He would always be there by 7:50. The time given to me is at 8 o'clock. He was never late. 2 weeks I went with him. Never late, always before me. So that is Japanese sense of time, So, and they train students to implement these 5S principles in different ways, in addition to the Kaizen and other things that they have. They also have 4 different colors of bags to sort out daily garbage, trash management from every household. Japan never stinges. The other day I was Bandra terminus to go to Surat, so it was stinging. But Japan never stinges. New Bombay never stinges. New Bombay is like Japan, no doubt. New Bombay is the new heaven of this country. So you are fortunate to live in New Bombay. But old Bombay is not like that. South Bombay is good as of New Bombay. But in between there is the real Bombay. So, Madam come from one of that Matunga. So, and yeah, so it's important to think about and learn from other countries based on what they have, some of the best practices that they have. So how many of us can use in case if you have some government authorities, send them to Japan to learn how they manage the trash. It's important in this country. Otherwise, it is a problem for people in this country. And Japanese always use 2 words during conversation and whenever they meet people. Always. They're so polite. I have never seen people in any other country as polite as Japanese. Japanese always say, even if, suppose in case if they have forgotten their pen today, and if they borrow your pen for a minute, pen, for a minute, they would say, arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu. For everything I've seen everything they say arigato gozaimasu. All my colleagues. Every day I used to get arigato gozaimasu from at least 5 to 10 colleagues. How many of us would say thank you or dhanyavad daily basis to our colleagues? Do you? You do? You are role models. I have to learn from you. So, and they would also say konnichiwa when they meet. Hello. How many of us can say hello? If you can practice that every day, that is actually very good for your organization because you build rapport among colleagues. That is very important for survival and success and sustainability also. Because otherwise, if you don't say konnichiwa and hello to your colleagues, and if you start behaving like strangers and bosses, it's not good for any organization. Because I'll tell you another example. This happened at my organization. My current organization. So the 2 single ladies, they are assistant professors, and university has given them an apartment, and they have separate rooms, but they share one apartment. One lady wants to cook, another lady doesn't want to cook. And they could not get along just because of the basic principle, cooking. To cook or not to cook. And so what happened is that small thing, minor thing, resulted into major aspects. And then they had some fight, and one complained against girl A, complained against girl B. I should say lady. And the person who complained against the other one is senior in the system. And that senior girl or senior lady had more access to the powerful people, including Vice Chancellor, and I also have fantastic designation, Provost and Dean. Provost in America means Vice Chancellor, but I'm not Vice Chancellor in Bombay, but I have a fantastic designation as Provost. So So what I'm trying to say is that just because of the proximity of the senior girl who complained against the junior girl who was roommates, junior girl was asked to give explanation, and she had tough time for next 1 month. Everybody thought the junior girl is the troublesome girl and all the kind of things, and it became a news, and did not come in Times of India, fortunately. But and then what was the issue? So what was the complaint? The senior lady complained against the junior lady, stating that the junior lady is bringing men, M-E-N, to the apartment, to the flat. Okay, men are like cats and rats, right? Bring men to the flat. And then junior girl had to write explanation and give explanation. And she was in trouble, and she initially, when she was asked, she told verbally, and then because senior girl had influence, so senior girl is like a butterfly girl, butterfly girls can have influence with men. So men believed senior girl and started torturing junior girl. And then finally junior girl started weeping, crying, because she was almost like on the verge of termination of her job, because she brought men to the apartment. And then finally, after the investigation and all, what was the conclusion? Conclusion was that she started looking for other job, and then she left also. But then conclusion was that she brought food delivery boys to deliver food in the apartment. Food delivery boys. क्या बाहर stand करके food delivery देता है, अंदर ना आया. Do you understand? Zomato, Swiggy, Uber Eats came to deliver food. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that was the complaint, but complaint was fabricated. Food delivery men came to deliver food. So men came, the question is, did the men come to apartment? Yes. But what are the, who? Men to deliver food. So what I'm trying to say, all these kind of things happen. I'm not sure how many of you follow this story. You follow? Yes. Yeah. So all these things happens in our life in different ways, in different permutations and combinations. To avoid all these kind of things, if you can practice. In Japan, it rarely happens because they practice konnichiwa and arigato gozaimasu. If you practice this, rarely happens, because you can build better rapport. And they would also say sumimasen. Sumimasen means excuse me. And so there are more examples and from different places that I have seen. And in India, we have more power distance and hierarchy compared to Europe and US. In the US, you can call your boss first name. First name John hai. Hey John, boss will not debar you, or boss will not create trouble for you. Boss will maybe offer happy meal for you. So in India, you can never call people with first name. Can you call your boss as first name? With first name? Next day, if you apply for leave, he will not give you leave. So this will happen, yeah. We need simple, humble leaders and people. So you need to serve like a leader, not like a boss, and it is also important. And I had mentioned about this, and I'll also tell you about the difference between leader and boss with a few more words that a boss and leader normally says. A boss would say I, a leader would say we. And a boss will push you down, a leader will lift you up. A boss will use you, will use subordinates. A leader will groom subordinates. And you have to understand this, and in case if you are a leader, you need to have a voluntary, simplicity-based service mindset as a leader, as a manager. It doesn't matter you are a professor or manager, but you need to have that kind of attitude and mindset. A boss can abuse subordinates. There is a Malayalam movie. This is South Indian college, I can talk about Malayalam movie, right? So, this movie is that the bank chairman in Kerala, there are some commercial banks in Kerala, and the bank chairman was short-tempered almost every day with the peon and clerks and whoever is working, because he has his own ego, because he is the chairman. And every day peon has to make coffee, and peon is 5 minutes late, and he would get angry with the peon, and peon cannot talk to him because peon is scared of talking to the chairman. So, but one day when chairman asked the peon to make coffee, what peon did, because peon had a serious grudge, or he had developed a mindset against the chairman because he was harassing the peon almost every day. So that result that was there in his mind precipitated like chemicals are precipitated. I studied chemistry in my +2. So I remember learning about precipitation. So, so this was precipitated in his peon's brain and mind and body and blood everywhere. So this feeling against the chairman. So what he did when chairman asked him to make a coffee next day, he went to the toilet. And you need hot water to make coffee, right? Hot water. And urine is hot too. And he took a glass and bottle and then a cup or whatever. It's a Malayalam movie, okay. And he used his hot urine to make hot coffee for the chairman. And chairman is drinking hot coffee. So this is to avoid that kind of situation if possible, if you are a leader. And that chairman is a boss, he is not a leader. And in India, not everything is bad. There are certain things good as well in India. So what we can also see, comparing to other schools. In America, everything is all about business. There's nothing without money in America. I can tell you that. And it's a capitalistic country. And if you're sick, you're lost. Because medical bills are too high, too expensive. So you have a co-pay system there. But in England, you get, I have a PhD from a British university, so I can easily compare with the British system as well. You have a free health insurance system in England. In Japan, you have free health insurance system, but they cut you 6% of your salary from the previous year to offer you free health insurance. In India, what system we have in medical sciences and health system, we don't know, and I don't know, you don't know, and we have no idea. We have some insurance, but we don't know whether insurance company will reimburse even if we pay premium when we go to the hospital. So, because a lot of things are man-made in India, according to case. My boss always say case to case. He is Indian, So, but Japanese, they don't talk about case to case. And not my American boss, my Indian boss. So, in America, business schools are named as, or MBA colleges, I would say, MBA colleges have name as business schools. For example, University of Washington, they have a business school, Foster School, they have two business schools. The main one is Foster School of Business, University of Washington. And they have a Chota Business School in a village that is called Milgard School of Business. So they all called as schools of business. But in India, these MBA colleges are named as Indian Institute of Management. It is not called as Indian Business School. It is not called as Indian Institute of Business Management. That shows some auspicious aspect of service attitude, because when government of India decided to name these institutions as Indian Institute of Management, the underlying principle or the message that they wanted to convey is that we are here not only to provide business education, but also to serve the society. Or as an MBA graduate, your job is also to serve society, not to just to make profit for your company. So that difference is there. That way, Indian philosophy is better than American philosophy in terms of serving the society. Even though there is much more power hierarchy and boss type of people, more bosses in India than America. But America has more leaders. But all those leaders also they have to think about money. because it's a capitalistic society. India still has mixed economy. So organizations and countries need to take efforts on sustainability as part of the strategy in the changing scenario to survive, succeed, and sustain. It is very important. And the need of the hour is also to develop and transform society based on sustainable growth. And when it comes to India, Viksit Bharat concept can be implemented only with dedicated efforts and sustainable growth efforts and sustainability efforts, which also has roots in our daily life, which requires peaceful life, harmony, and treating everyone with equality. All these are also important. Otherwise, it can backfire. I'll tell you about a few examples what I have seen in other countries. In Japan, many senior executives use bicycle to go to their office. In some European countries also, they do it, like in Amsterdam, they do it. And in India, what happens, and in case if you have any, if you are son or daughter of an IPS officer, I have to take advance bail, but I have a friend, professor friend, and this lady is in Delhi, and we are in Bombay, so she will not come here to catch me. So, and I'm not naming, so that way it's okay. And I'm not talking full name also, or full form also, only short form I use, so nobody can catch me. So it can be anything, right? So this lady is a wife of officer. She's a professor, because ladies like professor job. It's the most convenient job, no doubt. And it is not only convenient, it is the best job in the world. Dr. Raghuram Rajan told me professorship in America that he has in University of Chicago is the best job he can have in the world. His father was a IFS officer, and his father sent him to do PhD in the US with the leading university, and then his father encouraged him to be a professor in the US. The difference between Indian professor and US professorship is that, and coming back to the Delhi story, in the US, if you are a professor, you have 4 or 5 months full vacation, and you go to office only 2 days. You have no fingerprinting and punching and biometric and facials. But in Bombay, I'm doing that for last 8 months. Fortunately, I have an option to go back also. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of cultural differences between universities, between companies, between hybrid work patterns, between biometric, between, yeah, I will try to wind up, yeah. So the examples that I have is, again, relating to the hierarchy, the hierarchical structure in this country. 1 or 2 more examples I'll tell you. Going back to Delhi, because she intervened, so I have to go back fast now. So this professor friend invited me to meet with her husband for a dinner. I went to their home for a dinner. Nice gentleman. But what I found, he came in his suit and he came in uniform. I came like that, and there was a man in uniform standing there, and he started cleaning his shoe. Even he did not remove his shoe. It's okay if he removes shoe and give it to the policeman to clean the shoe, but he did not even remove the shoe. So it is not his job actually. It is not a policeman's job. But so is he a boss or is he a leader? And another occasion, I was at IIM in my own home state. I don't know which one is my home state. By the time you figure out, you can figure out. So, and they had given me a title as Distinguished Visiting Scholar, and I went there for 1 month. This was 4 years ago. And their boss, I use the word boss. So their boss comes in Government of India car, and he sits in the back seat until the driver wakes up and gets up from the front seat to come to the back seat to open the back door. So this is the culture in this country. But I have never seen this in my 17 years of life outside this country. So So you can think about, I'm just trying to compare with the different aspects that I have seen in different countries as well as in this country. And yeah, so I'll tell you about this Viksit Bharat concept, the developed country concept also requires corruption-free society. Tell you one or two more examples. Corruption happens in other countries also. In Australia also corruption happens. It's a beautiful country, elegant country with elegant building. I was in Australia 3-4 times, and my last visit to Australia was to Deakin University in Melbourne. And I serve as chief editor of a major academic journal where many people all over the world want to publish to get promotion, and even they get bonuses these days, attractive bonuses, if they publish 5-10 lakh. One day I got a LinkedIn message from IAFT that you accept my paper, I will give you 5 lakh rupees because my institute will give you 10 lakh rupees if I get a paper in your journal, bonus. So, and similarly from Deakin University in Australia also, they invited me for 1 month, I went there, but they had a hidden agenda that make friends and then publish. One of their professors had a hidden agenda, and then he submitted a plagiarized paper, and they showed me around Melbourne, Golden Triangle, everything beautiful, Australia, but then plagiarized paper was submitted by Australian people. So that means corruption is there also, not only in this country. So, I mean, corruption in the sense, plagiarized paper corruption. So, and I'll tell you a story of vehicle inspector. My father was also in teaching profession, and he had a student as a vehicle inspector. And the vehicle inspector, he had a Griha Pravesam ceremony, vehicle inspector in Kerala, and housewarming ceremony. I was only 17, 18-year-old boy that time, and I went with my dad and my mom to this Griha Pravesam, and he had the most palatial and most fantastic, fabulous building in Kerala. And I was thinking whether vehicle inspector get this much salary to make a house like that, to build a house like that. The story is that then after 19, I tried for driving license, and I was told that you have to pay 20,000 or 15,000 or 10,000 to driving school. Then only you get driving license, otherwise you will not get driving license. And the real story is that half you pay to the driving school, go to this vehicle inspector. That's why he had this big house. So this is this. Now we talk about Viksit Bharat and we talk about changes. All this requires corruption-free economy. I'll also tell you last example from India, again relating to the chief editor job that I'm holding. I got a LinkedIn messages because in the era of social media, you can find me or anyone in the world on Facebook or social media by searching your name, and you can send messages. This was not possible when I was 22, 23-year-old. I liked a girl in my mind at that time who was my classmate, but then I did not have mobile phone, and she also did not. I did not have guts to tell her when I was her classmate. But after graduation, I had the guts to contact her, but I did not know how to contact her. There was no mobile phone, there was no social media, Facebook, but nowadays, you have Facebook, you can contact anybody, everybody these days also. And LinkedIn message, what came to me was that he wrote to me, he's a son of a vice chancellor in UP. And he told that all his father's side relatives, and he's also an assistant professor, all his father's side relatives are vice chancellors and deans and directors in different universities in UP and MP. And he said that all his mother's side relatives are judges in high courts and supreme courts and sub courts and all courts, because all lawyers and judges, mother's side people. And what he wants is that he wants promotion in the university where he has a job, and then he told me that he sent me a message on LinkedIn that if you publish a paper in your journal, he become full professor very soon, and then he knows how to become vice chancellor because his father is vice chancellor. And then he messaged that you accept his paper in 2 months. Normally it takes 1 year to accept a paper in a leading academic journal like our journal. And he can appoint me as vice chancellor in UP and MP in 2 months if I want to be vice chancellor in UP and MP. And he forgot that I have a vice chancellor equivalent provost designation here, at least designation. So, and he sent me message. Not only that, any court case in UP and MP, he can give a judgment or get a judgment for me or my friends, not only me, not only any friend that I have. Sangeeta, Dr. Sangeeta has become my friend. He can get a favorable judgment Dr. Nidhi is also friend. You can get the judgment, very favorable judgment, or coordinators Swati and Gunjan. So, any court case in UP and MP, tell me now. Okay. So, I did not reply. So now, coming to, before I conclude, I just would like to give you a formula. Performance in the changing in the competitive world is that you have to be either first mover or fast mover. And performance is a function of your potential, your path, your process, pace, pattern, and problems. And it's important to perform better than your competitors, whether you have a company or whether you are an individual, it is important. And I did research and coined a equation, formula, 7P performance framework for international marketing for companies. But this same formula is also applicable for students and managers in their individual life. Performance is a function of your potential. Potential can be estimated or can be seen based on your own SWOT analysis. In India, India has millions of hardworking people, millions of engineers, millions of English-speaking people. India has potential to emerge as a successful country, no doubt. India has the large number of young people. India also needs to try to attract the brain gain by bringing back the best brain to this country. Performance is also a function of your processes that you undertake. It is important to undertake the organic and inorganic processes with the right blend of processes so that you can achieve greater performance. Performance is also a function of your pace. Your pace is nothing but the speed at which you do business, speed at which you do your daily activities. And it's important to be an optimum pace mover, optimum pace, having an optimum pace. Otherwise, be a first mover. Uber was a first mover, Apple was a first mover. And first movers always have greater probability of success and performance. Otherwise, try to be a fast mover. It is important to be either first or fast mover, regardless of the sector in which you're operating, regardless of the sector in which you will be working. And human relations are also very important. I'll tell you a story about one of my former students from IIM where I taught when I was 29. And he had a toxic boss. There are toxic bosses, many toxic bosses in this country. He had a job with attractive salary, but he had a toxic boss. Because of toxic boss, he was looking for a change, looking for a job change. Then he posted a message on his WhatsApp group of his MBA classmates from IIM. And he had maintained good human relations with his classmates when he was doing his MBA. And 2 or 3 of his classmates came forward and helped him. And he grabbed a better job with 40% more salary. So that is the importance of human relations. I'll tell you one more example. Recently, European EQs people, not recently, 6 months ago, came to our school in Bombay. And I was instrumental in hosting them, and the committee chair was a dean from England, and I had 2 of his colleagues as my good friends, and one of them is my co-author, and second one is my friend. And I told him that Alamanos, your professor colleague, is my co-author, and Nadalia, your professor colleague, is a good friend of mine. And then he told me Nadalia was a committee member that hired me as dean, not me, him, in England. And Alamanos is a Greek colleague. He told me that Alamanos is in my good books. I'm promoting him as my vice dean. I'll complete in 1 or 2 minutes. So that simply helped me. And he told me that I cannot go back to England without giving your school EQs, European EQs accreditation. So what I'm trying to say, just friendships and networks with people help you in different ways. Sometimes it helps you to your institution. And creating capability is important. Embracing new technology is also important. Everything, we also need vandalism-free. We need corruption-free society, corruption-free economy, and vandalism-free economy. I'll tell you last example. When I was teaching at IIM as a full-time faculty member, I had published my first book, Business Environment. At that time, in the very first year itself, my book was best-selling book with more than 10,000 copies. News came in Hindustan Times. And the story is that one of my senior, who was 43-year-old, his last name is Panda. You figure it out. I have no problem. He made a story. He was so jealous. So he made a story about it. He came and asked me, did you copy? How many pages you copy? You are only 30-year-old. How can you publish? How can a 30-year-old boy can publish a book? He said he even wrote an email to the director CC to 3-4 of his professor colleagues. I was very junior. So that he cannot publish a book unless and until he has copied. So he created a story that I copied the book. So this is nothing but vandalism. So avoid vandalism against your own colleagues. So like this is also similar to the other girl fabricating a story against another girl about the food delivery boys. You know, avoid vandalism against your colleagues. You need organizations without vandalism. It is also important. There's another small story I'll tell you because she is angry with me. Last story.
I'm not angry.
Yeah.
He has to go for a doctor's.
Oh, okay. Last story, then finish. This is also an IIM story. It's an IIM in South India. This is a different IIM. Again, South Indian stories because this is also South Indian. So this is a IIM in a state where Congress party is ruling. Okay. So, and the story is that some PhD students complained against a PhD professor. And professor did not get promotion. Director did not give promotion to the professor because there was already a complaint by some students against the professor. And professor fabricated a story and sent a complaint to the president and prime minister of the country, stating that he belonged to a lower caste and director belonging to a super caste, and then because of that reason, director did not give promotion. It came in Times of India also, but the real story is that there was another complaint against that professor by the students. So counter complaints, and this country or our world is created with complaints and counter complaints and vandalisms and all this kind of things. Avoid all these kind of things. Let's do our job and work hard with dedication and determination. And look at Sundar Pichai and Satyan Nadale. They are all born in an ordinary family in this country and ruling the world as CEO and chairman of Google and Microsoft. Students sitting here, groom yourself as another Sundar Pichai or Satya Nadella, chairman of Microsoft and Google. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Justin. I think we can never stop listening to him, but in the interest of time, and the next panel is waiting. Sachi, please come. I'll request Dr. Sangeeta Sharma from the Indian Institute of Environment Management to join us here on the stage, and we'll welcome the next speaker. Dr. Paul, thank you so very much.
Sorry for taking more time.
No, that's okay. I wish we had more time. We began a little late. Thank you for the brilliant session, and I think all of us really need to think about the examples he's given us and delve into how we can use this for what we really need to do. So just reflect upon this, because the kind of observations that he has shared with each one of us today is really priceless. Sanchi, over to you, and not standing between the next session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. As businesses, I request all of you to please take your seats. As businesses globally work towards greater responsibility and resilience, the focus on ESG and climate action has never been more critical. Our next session features on the future of corporate sustainability, bridging ESG and climate action. I request Dr. Sangeeta Sharma ma'am to please take over. Dr. Sangeeta Sharma, Director of SIES Institute of Environment Management, holds a PhD in social and environmental issues from IIT Bombay, and has contributed to numerous significant projects on environmental impact assessments with her extent.
Since she's an, a co-head of institute, I'm going to invite her on stage and cut out her time so that we can listen to the speaker.
Amit, you can also join us here. Please join us. So good morning all. Thank you Dr. Deepa Dikshit for giving us this opportunity to conduct this session. So I welcome all the faculty, staff, firstly my esteemed panel members, Dr. Sudesh Sharma and Mr. Amit Darak, whom I will be introducing to you. Our session today is on the future of corporate sustainability, bridging the gap between ESG and climate action. Now, the entire narrative in terms of organizations and how businesses are being carried out has changed because there are so many things that have come into play. The entire sustainability landscape has changed. So there are so many regulatory pressures, so many targets to meet. Each nation has their nationally determined contributions, NDCs. We have to meet our climate goals. And at the same time, companies are supposed to conduct their businesses in ethical ways with social responsibility, keeping diversity in mind, inclusivity in mind. So I think no better time and no better day to have this discussion. It's very timely. And I'm very honored to have this esteemed panel who I will not speak much now because I wanted to say a few things, but I think Dr. Sharma has another appointment. So let me please introduce you to our first panelist. Please put your hands together for Dr. Sudesh Sharma. Dr. Sharma is the former Chief Engineer, Department of Atomic Energy, and currently the mentor for integrated management systems. He has over 40 years of experience in the energy sector, and he has held very key roles in nuclear, thermal, oil, and gas industries. As management representative for the IMS at Nerul from 1996 to 2010, he held internal audits across and nuclear plants, ensuring compliance with quality, safety, environmental and safety standards. After retiring as additional chief engineer in 2019, he now consults and trains ISO 50001, ISO 27001 and greenhouse gas auditing, working with major clients like IOC refineries. And he's not a stranger to SISCOM, as he has worked as a visiting faculty here from 98 to 2005, and I'm sure many people probably know him. So now, and he has also authored a book called Emotional Literacy for Young Professionals. And he's also got a different creative side where he's screenwriting for the OTT platforms. For some web series. So you wear many, many feathers. And it's my pleasure to welcome you. And the stage is all yours now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. So, kahan start? Because
Dr. Sharma, before I forget, one more thing I forgot to mention is we'll listen to the speakers and we'll take the questions in the end. Sir has to leave at 12. So let them finish those presentations and then we'll take our questions. Yeah? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, sorry. Because the number of stories Dr. Justin narrated, I think I'll find it hard to match that number. But I'll try to focus on the theme, that is sustainability. And then I checked with Dr. Sangeeta who are the core audience here. So she said they are students, and this seminar hall or conference hall is not new for me, I have had the privilege of rubbing shoulders with Narayan Murthy, Mr. Shankar, Dr. Neelakantan, I'm sure the descendant directors of the institute, they've all heard of Dr. Neelakantan, Dr. Sen Gupta, And so we used to have wonderful, wonderful interactions, an elephant welcoming Narayan Murthy, and at one point of time, Narayan Murthy was so humble, people couldn't go. I mean, he missed out on the people who were there to receive him. came by a Kali Pili taxi, and then there were elephants waiting for him and a band waiting for him, and somewhere, from a back door he sneaked inside, and people are asking, aap kaun, kisse milna hai? That was the kind. And then he narrated this incident. Had it been another company, those 5 people who were supposed to pick him would have lost their jobs instantly, But he took it very, I think, humanely, and things were settled. So I have a very close connection and an emotional connect with this campus. Subsequently, while I was visiting here, because those were the days, as Dr. Justin said, pre-internet days, and it was a 3-hour lecture, they would call it, a lecture on various topics, and 3 hours were difficult to basically, sustain, the students particularly. And then I have seen marriages happening in these classrooms, basically. Right from the first year, there were a couple of youngsters who would get together, and then they eventually married also, and then discipline had become a kind of issue at one point of time. So a lot of things. Then the ISO program of this institute, basically, because since I was into quality management, so Dr. Neelkantan said, why don't you form a committee of students, and then some 7-8 students formed a committee from, various, you had an integrated college with pharma and everything integrated at that point of time. MMS was the other course. And these students learned ISO 9001 because they had implemented 9001. They got good jobs in corporates at that point of time. Then the college applied for the Ramakrishna Bajaj Award. You've seen it on the in a profile of the college, So that was again facilitated by me. I'm proud to say that in all humility. So that was that is me basically. Then recently, I was privileged to do an audit of the Arts and Commerce College, to submit a report based on the report which, of course, Dr. Sangeeta prepares, because there was some kind of conflict of interest which NAC said it has to be independent. The same institute cannot give you a report. And then Dr. Sengupta approached me, please, since you are a qualified lead assessor for environment and sustainability. So I gave a decent, So I thought I would share with you this past connection of mine. And then in 2010, I took a very bold leap of faith. People said कि यार तुम suicide कर रहे हो, you are into hardcore into a technical organization, scientific organization, looking after nuclear affairs. And I said, no, I want this portfolio. I said, Abhi, public hearing for environmental clearances of new projects in 2009. And I'm sure some of you must have heard of the wild agitations concerning nuclear energy after the Japanese accident in 2010. The nuclear sector had almost collapsed. And Germany was the first to ban nuclear energy. Any kind of, nuclear energy was banned. And look how the world is round. And today, Narendra Modi is signing deals with Trump for promoting nuclear energy. Because after all these years, वो बोले यार कम पापी कौन है इनमें? Let me be very honest with you. I'll not glorify that nuclear energy is the panacea for all ills. I don't do that, and I had faced a lot of criticism also in my organization, because at TechFest also I said this in IIT. The other speaker was a Nobel Prize winner, basically, and then after he speaks, then they call the other speakers to speak, So they said, why do you downplay the importance of nuclear energy? I said, I'm not here to glorify it for no reason. I'm here to say that out of a thali, which is hazardous to your health, the thali contains this dal, which can be taken, but the dal also has its own merits and demerits, as far as. So today, if you look at the scenario, how to create a sustainable organization, let's focus on that theme. And you youngsters, when you take over as managers, I'm sure you will be in industry very soon, somewhere or the other. So you don't have to wait for your organization to have a kind of policy or a procedure, SOP or something for sustainability. Because you will there will be one interview question everywhere. You know why? You know why? Because please listen to me attentively. There will be one question. Have you some exposure to a sustainable organization? Maybe not at the entry level. At the middle management level, it is a must, especially in the pharma sector. Because pharma also is a big polluter. It's a lifesaver. But there is no industry which is not a polluter. Take my word. The biggest polluter is your domestic kitchen. Look at the amount of waste you generate. So everything comes at a price. And this is where you have to draw a line somewhere, you know. कि पाप करने के बाद कुंभ चलना है. But the पाप will remain inside, you know. How much will remain? Maybe half of it has been washed away. But there is no 100% washing away of your sins. You do vikas. Keep on doing. विकास करते 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 ये हो गया कि there is no green cover between Mumbai to Pune now. The Khandala Ghat has lost all the so-called what you say. The Khandala Ghat used to be a pristine ghat once upon a time. When I joined HPCL, I was on the Bombay-Pune pipeline. Again, I took that posting by choice because I would get to actually have an adventurous journey almost every week from Mumbai till Pune in those days. It used to take 12 hours, single road, but beautiful, beautiful, very pristine. You could hear birds chirping on the highway, not the highway, on the road, I mean to say, the Mumbai-Pune state highway, not this express highway. And today, if you look at the concrete that has come in between these two towns, it's a huge, 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 mass of concrete. And these two towns have actually merged now. There are no free spaces. So Vikas is always at a price. There are no trees. RA Milk Colony, Metro Shed. And the worst that has happened is Donald Trump says, I don't believe in this COP21 agreements. What he has done to sustainability. He is a hardcore businessman. And then we all domesticated sheep. We toe his line. Whatever he does, is gospel. And in this environment, you're talking of sustainability. Come on. क्या बात कर रहे हैं यार? मतलब you'll also wonder क्या हो रहा है? GDP भी चाहिए, growth भी चाहिए. Permissions are being given, recklessly. Look at the mangroves behind on the Palm Beach Road. Look at the mangroves, the number of mangroves, that were completely bludgeoned for the new airport. And not a whimper, not a discussion in the media. What media is discussing, because this is an academic college, I can take some liberty. I can't say these things outside this campus. In the college, at least you have some semblance of some liberty. You can discuss academic matters, at least, liberally. But the tragedy today is everyone takes it, links it to Desh Bhakti and all those things. So even scientific matters cannot be discussed in an environment of fearlessness. So at least you people have to be thinkers use your own thought process. ये हो क्या रहा है and what can I do? What can I do? What can I do at home? The whole thing starts there. Go to DMart, look at the amount, order an Amazon package, look at the amount of packaging, look at the amount of tape, plastic tape, look at the amount of cardboard used, go to McDonald's, 100 rupees ka burger hai, saath mein the amount of packaging that goes into it, the amount of plastic that goes along with it. मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? वो कर सकती हूँ. You are not helpless totally, please remember. There are things that you can do to create sustainable organization. Sustainable. The word sustainable, I feel, is a misnomer. I'm sure experts like Dr. Sangeeta, who have spent a lifetime doing research on environment, Ma'am, if you can please suggest something, I would be obliged. This is what is sustainable today, which form of energy? You know why energy? Energy is the prime generator of CO2 emissions. The energy sector, oil, gas, thermal, automobiles. Now CO2 footprint. Believe me, I mean, and that the earth, you know, has a tremendous capacity to regenerate. It might take 5 crore years, but this species will not come back. It will be extinct like the dinosaurs, you know. So the earth will regenerate. The earth has been, you know, completely destroyed multiple times during its history of 500 crore years odd. Multiple times it has happened. Ice age and this age and that age, and you know, the earth is regenerated, you see, because nature is very powerful. But how long has it taken? In some cases maybe 100 crore years. In some cases 50 crore years. Where will you be? Like dinosaurs, completely vilupt. क्या कर सकते हैं? So I'll just give you a few suggestions, because I'll stick to the core, you know, basically. As a young professional, what? Your company will be audited by SEBI, please remember. Even the college today your college has to submit a green report, sustainability report, you know, to NAC. So for a SEBI registered company, you have to submit sustainability reports annually. And your organization does that? Yes, because I keep on attending, giving a couple of talks at SEBI also. So KPMG was one of the agencies which was, you know, and also for the cyber security, also for cyber security, yes. So they are the authorized agency. And Mr. Amit, no? I think he'll give you more insights into this. I am only trying to alert you to a situation that for a company, see what happens, at least on paper today, when you get orders from another good company, they ask you for all these things. You have to. They would ask you for your environmental management system, because environment and sustainability are twins, you know, they coexist. You protect the environment, you ensure sustainability. You can't see these two things in isolation. Environmental preservation and sustainability, I mean, don't go by definitions, ye kya hai aur ye kya hai. I mean, we have another, you know, one of the drawbacks of the modern education system is that we have a compartmentalized knowledge into silos, and we are unable to. हमारे यहाँ भी ये था, in a setup like BARC and atomic energy. I am a civil engineer. I will not talk mechanical. Most of the people shuddered at the thought of, you know, taking up the additional role that I took. Public hearings for environmental clearance. It involved a lot of gadagiri, a lot of risk. Multiple times we were hounded out, you know, in the Maidan by goons. I remember Om Prakash Chautala came with, you know, all that. He was in the opposition at that point of time, and we had to actually run away from the back door, protecting us. And because 20 minutes is the time allotted, I'm not able to show you photographs, thrilling photographs of what happened there. But I took up that, and in the process, a lot of learning happened. One of our directors, he was an ED, you know. So, main uncha aadmi, ED in a public sector is a big man always, you know. And we were at a middle level. He goes to Haryana, and there is a lady collector who is 24 years old there, 25 years, you know. So human relations जब बोल रहे थे ना Dr. Justin, तो मुझे याद आया, मैंने कहा, and this lady was very sensitive to each word that somebody is speaking to her. She was an MA literature, you can imagine, and a D.Lit also perhaps. But she was something, yeah, collector बन के आई है, तो you have to have respect for these people, yeah. कुछ भी बोलो आप. They are a breed apart, no? It's so difficult, you know. So difficult. Many of you don't even try because you know the challenges. You know the setbacks that can come and affect you for a lifetime. So this gentleman, she was, referring to some media reports in local papers saying that radiation kills people, nuclear plants emit radiation and all. Again, some kind of a conspiracy theory by local media. Not a single death or injury due to radiation in a nuclear plant in India all through history. And okay, before I forget, I openly give you an invitation that Tarapur nuclear plant is open to all educational institutes. So please have educational visits to the plant. You can connect with me at any time. You need a 3-week advance notice, and 50 is the capacity of a bus. You will get so many insights into a lot of things. And please go and see how sustainability is assured there. It's a green zone. It's a haven for migratory birds. Because there is no air pollution. There is no air pollution. Absolutely, there is no emission of any CO2 gas. In fact, people say कि ये plant चल रहा है कि नहीं. There is no noise. Whatever is happening is inside the nucleus. And you have those tomb-like structures, domes, happening inside, and so not a single death. So this collector was, scared. She said, "Itna reports aa rahe hain, sir. Abhi ye kya?" And this gentleman, he gets up. I don't know why he felt so hurt. He said, "Madam, I'll clear your No, excuse me. You are wrong, madam." Look at the words. I remember his words because I use them very often in various forums. You are wrong. I'll clear your misconception about radiation. I'll clear your misconception. Now she's an MA literature. Look at the audience, मैंने मैडम को इसलिए पूछा था, मैंने कहा the audience is always, वहाँ से हमने see things बुक से पढ़ के हम कुछ नहीं सीखते हैं. We don't implement things. सीखते हैं, एग्जाम पास करते हैं. We don't implement things unless मूवीज में भी कैरेक्टर कब चेंज होता है, जब एक इंसिडेंट होता है उसके साथ. Then you see Act 2 and Act 3 of the movie taking off, Otherwise nobody changes, All movies are about character arc. आज अभी ये था या ये थी, बाद में she has become a devout housewife, Earlier she was such a liberal lady or woman or a college girl, and now she is a traditional Indian woman. That is a character arc always. तो ये लोग तो मैडम ने क्या बोला, ठीक है, okay sir. She gets up, and she is fuming. She is fuming. Why? And she said it. ठीक है sir, I am wrong. You are right. Look at her body language. ठीक है, I have a misconception, no? Whatever is your belief, that is a conception, right? You say radiation does not kill, fine. But when I say that radiation may kill, you say it's a misconception. It's my belief. You correct it, no? It's my belief. Why do you call? So then I realized personally that this was a negative word used during a very sensitive interaction. जब आप business communication में पढ़ते हो, avoid using negative words. But that was one subject which was close to my heart since those days of 1998. Here and at Dr. Mani's Institute nearby, ITM. And then Dr. Sen Gupta invited me there, at one point of time when he was at SP Jain. बोलते हैं यार प्रैक्टिकल बिजनेस कम्युनिकेशन बताओ कुछ, मतलब तो प्रैक्टिकल बिजनेस कम्युनिकेशन में मैंने जब लिंक किया, आई फाउंड कि पीपल हैव यूज्ड ऑल द नेगेटिव वर्ड्स. यू आर रॉन्ग. हाउ कैन यू अटैक अ पर्सन सेइंग यू आर रॉन्ग? यू टेल योर यंगर ब्रदर और सिस्टर यू आर रॉन्ग. वो बात नहीं करेंगे आपसे आगे. You have closed all doors for further interaction. The moment you utter this negative word, you are wrong. You are putting him or her on the defensive immediately. And then whatever you say is just going overhead. They are not. They have switched off their system. So when it comes to sustainability, so that was just off the track, beyond this topic. So I'll 5 minutes? ठीक है. बिकॉज आई नो अभी क्या हो गया, सर के साथ थोड़ा सबको ये हो रहा था ना कि मतलब कहीं इतना लंबा तो नहीं खींचेगा, ये भी मैं नहीं खींचूंगा, चिंता मत करो. बेसिकली आई यूज्ड टू फाइट विद माय बॉसेस, मेरे पास भी स्टोरीज बहुत हैं. बहुत हैं पर the यार ये they used to have a standard set of 35. I was in charge for outreach also, you know, industry academia outreach. So outreach में we used to go to all the campuses and talk about careers in the nuclear field and all those things, and then give them some insights on how a nuclear reaction happens depending on the audience. Again, engineering college है तो the technical and scientific part of it, MBA college है. We came to SISCOMs also quite a few times. Some I don't know, आप लोग थे क्या, कुछ थे आप लोग, नीचे किया था हमने. तो then we talk about things like, you know, career opportunities, what happens when you enter a nuclear setup, what are the management issues, what are the leadership requirements there and all that. Of course, there's not too much of leadership required there. सच्ची बोलूँ तो वो साइंटिफिक और टेक्निकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, हाँ ये जो न्यूक्लियर पावर जनरेशन है वहाँ पे देयर इज टफ कंपटीशन टुडे. You have to be competitive in generating your power. Competitive. उसको 5 रुपया पर यूनिट के नीचे जनरेट करना पड़ेगा. If thermal is cheaper, people will buy thermal. If solar is cheaper, people will buy solar. Tomorrow Adani can come and say, I am selling my solar power at 3 rupees. You are gone. So वहाँ पे there is a business environment. Okay. So now what you do at the level of a young manager in an organization, can one of you just, you know, give me a starting point? कहाँ से शुरू करें? You are in charge of a small department. बोलिए. Treat this as a class. कहाँ से start करेंगे? बोलो. Sustainability and वहाँ. हाँ वो तो मैम थियरी हो गया, मालूम है आपको. क्या करेंगे? What will you do? The first thing that you have a team of 10 people. Practically. बैठिए please be very informal and हाँ सबसे पहले क्या करोगे मतलब?
Less use of paper.
Okay. Before that, let me. You'll have a kind of, you know, written or unwritten policy in your department, right? Look, guys, starting immediately, we are going to make a little contribution to the environment, right? So we have a policy. वही जो policy क्या? Recycle, reuse, and reduce, recycle, reuse and recycle, right? So okay, you can start there. So you can start with any. You can start with the UN Charter of 19 points, you know, but don't go to. Make it very simple. आपने सुना है ना किस principle? Keep it simple, stupid, right? You know that. So you have a policy. Then next, you create a little bit of hype around it, no? Encourage people. But how can you encourage people? By showing a slide? No. How do you convince people? How do you persuade people to toe the line? Which strategy would you use? ऐसे तो कोई नहीं करेगा यार. ये वो इन्होंने बोला ना फेसबुक का जमाना है, इसका जमाना है, वो अपने उस पे बोलेंगे ये तो सब बोलते हैं. आजकल ये भी तो एक हो गया है ना. People say it's all lecturing. यार कौन कर रहा है? Who is doing it? Who is doing it really? And I told you that the situation is something pitiful, for the simple reason most of the industries are run by politicians. No MPCB guys gets into these companies. You know, जब ISO audit होता है उस समय ये लोग, I have seen that personally when I was auditing multiple companies. STP plant को, not STP, ETP, STP, right? They just bypass it, you know, because resin लगता है उसमें, and resin cost 15 lakh a month. इतना बड़ा plant है. तो जब MPCB का audit होगा, KPMG का audit होगा, वो चालू कर देते हैं उसको, बाकी बंद रहता है. This is the situation today. In that situation, you have to manage your commitment to the environment. Please remember this. It's a tall order. It's a tough battle. On the one hand, we talk on Environment Day about sustainability. Even the government gives you a lot of lectures and all that. लेकिन actual में क्या हो रहा है? Permissions for our green cover, देख लो. Just look at Google. 45% green cover we had during independence. Today it's come down to how much? You just look at the figures yourself. Green cover है ही नहीं ना. कहाँ दिख रहा है आपको? कोंकण में भी नहीं दिख रहा है अभी तो। कोंकण में नहीं दिखता है बिकॉज वहां भी रत्नागिरी को उन्होंने पूरा कॉन्क्रीट जंगल बना दिया है। चिपलून पूरा कॉन्क्रीट जंगल। You go wherever, Chiplun mein, you have that, all these MIDCs coming up there. So all said and done, आप क्या करोगे? Madam, you'll have a policy, you will create some kind of a hype around it, and please remember, the one lesson I have learned, logical appeal does not work. Logical appeal preceded by an emotional appeal works always. Simple. This is, when persuading all these collectors and people in the government, state government, central government, getting clearances, at times these people are pure logical people, with the Excel sheets and data and all that. But emotional appeal के बिना वो लोग भी, अभी आप एक विलेज सरपंच को कन्विंस करने जा रहे हो कि प्लीज आस्क योर पीपल टू गिव देयर लैंड फॉर दिस reactor. This guy will not go by logic, yaar, कि this will generate 500 megawatts and this and that, and he says, मेरे लिए क्या है बेटा? How am I benefiting? And at one point, what happened? After a battle of 8 years, people started fighting कि मेरा land क्यों नहीं लिया? You know why? Because the income from 1 acre is for 10 times less than the lifetime bonus that you are giving him, 33,000 per acre, plus the interest that he makes on 50 lakh of compensation given to him. So 50 lakh ka interest is 50,000 plus an annuity of 33,000 per annum. Again, he doesn't make that kind of money on 1 acre. So the fight started. So logical appeal never worked. So in your department, you're going to use an emotional appeal. Yeah, right. So I'll just wind up in 2 minutes. Yeah. And then what you do? 2 more points. Then you find out those, what you call is, those kind of environmental hazards that you are generating. What are you, like you said, paper, plastic cups, e-waste. And then there is something called a control measure. What control measure? E-waste, can you do something about it? This e-waste, the best you people can do in your capacity is give it to an authorized recycler. That's all. So tomorrow, when you go back, and if you care for sustainability and the planet, please don't wait for the organization or the government to take action. Start it at your level, and at some point, you will also get a personal benefit out of it, Because most of the questions later on, most of the orders will be given to you on this basis. Okay? So I think I am okay for now, and thank you all very much for the patience, and I hope I have been able to drive home some points on the topic allotted to me. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for those valuable insights. I request Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am and Dr. Sangeeta Sharma ma'am to felicitate Sudesh sir. I will introduce. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So while we're felicitating, I will request Deepa Dikshit ma'am to stay on the dais. We will also felicitate Mr. Amit. I'll request Dr. Shuchimidha ma'am to please come on the dais along with Dr. Dikshit ma'am to felicitate Mr. Amit Darak, Director ESG Advisory, KPMG. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Amit Darak, Director ESG Advisory at KPMG, is a seasoned professional in ESG and climate change, holding degrees in mechanical engineering and an MBA in environment management. He also carries certifications as a sustainability and climate risk professional by GARP, a certified energy auditor, and a lead auditor for OHSAS 18001. At KPMG, he leads large-scale ESG transformation and decarbonization projects in complex sectors, advises subnational governments on climate strategies, and supports senior executives in monitoring ESG performance. He drives strategic initiatives including digital ESG solutions, new service offerings, and innovative tools. Additionally, he contributes to market development efforts and mentors team members in both technical and functional ESG areas. I would request Sir to please come on the dais and address the audience.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, ma'am, for inviting me. So, I think we already had really good conversations. The couple of speakers who really spoke greatly about, the perspective that they have, the experience they have in their life, and the inputs are quite important. So, today, when we think about, the sustainability, sir has already put down the basis why it is extremely important. But at the same time, we also see a lot of ups and downs by the people who are in position of power, who are typically, authorized to take certain decisions. That reflects the overall geopolitical situation to undergo changes. So, for example, if we have to see what Government of India committed, so Government of India wants to become, the India to be carbon neutral or net zero by 2070. Then a couple of years down the line, we have a new president in USA who says that the whole climate science is something that doesn't affect us. The rest of the world start, thinking about it. So, as professionals, as to be professionals for you and for us as professionals, so there are questions. So whatever we have been doing for so many years, is it all for no reason? Or is it all going to change suddenly just because, one global leader thinks it in a different way? Then there is war that starts in Ukraine, there is war that starts in Gaza. So what about human rights of those people who are impacted by the war? What about the global supply chains getting impacted? Europe trying to think about, going back to say coal power. So those are the things that we need to think about, because what makes people to take such decisions, or what drives these decisions and what impact it can have over a period of time. So these aspects around ESG and sustainability. So basically I started my career somewhere around 2011. After graduating from Indian Institute of Forest Management. So in 2011, when I started looking for jobs in sustainability field, so the team sizes everywhere would be like, less than 10 people, around 15 people in this field. And majorly we would interact with, say, the EHS professionals in different industries as the leaders in the sustainability in their own field, in their own companies. So now, as I look back those 14, 15 years, I see now the sustainability is an agenda for a CFO or a CEO or chief risk officer. So that is how it has moved. So what does it mean for us? It's beyond just doing good things. So for example, if we talk of sustainability, the primary thing that comes to our mind is environmental issues and the CSR related aspects or community related aspects. So why does a CFO have to take interest into these, or why a CEO has to worry about these? Because these eventually have impact on your profitability, on your top line, on your bottom line, and also as part of your business continuity. So that is the specific aspect that, majority of the companies have now realized, that it is no longer, just good for doing something, but it has to be part of my strategy. It has to be part of my risk management framework. So just to give you some examples, and again, many of the people out there may not understand sustainability very easily, or because it's very complex. If you talk about the environmental aspects, it's a different science altogether. If you start talking about human rights, diversity, it's a different aspect altogether. If you talk about corruption, bribery, and a lot of other issues, it's a very different subject. And now in sustainability or ESG, we have to correlate all of these while ensuring that the company makes profit, while ensuring that the customer base improves year on year, while ensuring that the shareholders get return of their investment in a proper manner. So that interconnectedness and the the interoperability of various aspects make it extremely complex for people to understand. So just to give you some examples of some failures, some successes. So we had a company in India which produced more than 40% of copper consumption that we have across the country. So way back in 1992, when they wanted to establish the plant, the first site that was selected was Ratnagiri. So, but the people in Ratnagiri protested that we don't want extremely polluting industry to come up here and mess up with our lives. Because there was a lot of protests, etc. Again, all of the states want the industries to come in their state. Tamil Nadu said that, leave aside Maharashtra, you come and set up industry with us. We'll give you land for free, tax breaks and all of those things. And way back in 1992, the environmental regulations were not very stringent. Still, this was the situation. So the industry went, they put out their plant in a coastal town in Tamil Nadu. They started producing copper. So initially, the sanction was for one particular capacity. Immediately that was commissioned, they applied for doubling the capacity. So they got sanctioned for something else, but the land remained same. So during the initial sanction, there was an understanding that you will have operations of industry in a particular part of your plant. There will be tree cover around it. There will be pollution control equipments. This is how you're going to treat your waste. This is how you're going to treat your effluents and all. But immediately after applying for, say, doubling the capacity, they definitely had a space crunch. So they got little more space. They increased the capacity. They started their operations. Over a period of time, people started realizing that they are facing health problems, primarily because of the groundwater contamination. They started realizing that because of the air pollution, there are issues. So this was maybe, say, 10 years of them into the operation. Then they started realizing that, people know what we are doing. So the local pollution control authorities, the NGT and a lot of other people got into action. There were battles in terms of the NGT issuing certain orders, the company providing some documents, evidences, and they were blaming that another small factory, pharmaceutical company besides the plant is causing all of this. But eventually, so I think, I don't remember exactly, but somewhere around 2017-18, the plant got shut down. Because eventually there is a level up to which you can suppress people. You can suppress the actual impacts that people are facing. And all of that investment, which should have gone in creating that huge facility that produces 40% of copper in India, suddenly shuts down on one fine day without any prior notice. So what happens is, one, there are already chemicals out there, there are already pollutants out there, they remain untreated. They would have caused impacts, negative impacts on the lives of thousands of people. Then there would be a lot of long legal battles they will have to fight out to ensure that their assets are recovered. India as a country suffers because they want to import that copper now, which probably would be at higher prices, which will result into your products and other commodities getting expensive, and government of India changing their rules for the imposing of the taxes on imports, etc. So that is the impact it has, which is no longer related to the people who are impacted in the local community, but at the same time consumers of copper related products all across the country. So that is how complex the situations are. And assume a situation where they would have taken care of it earlier, the business continuity would not have been an issue. If Government of India had ensured that the rules are implemented properly, they wouldn't have to, change their import regulations and worry about, where will we get copper from. So those are, this was just one example, and those are some of the situations wherein the overall end-to-end understanding of the impacts that can be caused because of sustainability have to be taken into consideration. So another development which is happening these days. So for example, the regulations or the governments across the globe have started coming up with their own regulations around sustainability. So this has a role to play with, how transparently businesses are conducting their business, how clearly, they're communicating their policies, their impacts to the wider range of stakeholders. And at the same time, how do we ensure that we as a country are protected in terms of our trade practices, that we as a country are not, giving away, there's too much of trade deficit and all of those things. So it has a strong linkage to the livelihoods of all of us, plus, how the GDP operates across the country. So European Union is, somebody who is leading in these regulations. They came up with some regulations earlier, EU Green Deal, etc. And they now have CSRD, wherein, large European companies are supposed to disclose their environmental and social aspects along with their financial report. So one of the important things about sustainability, and that is what European Union realized quite early, is that some people used to term these information in the annual report as non-financial. For example, if you're talking about your energy consumption, your GHG emissions, waste, water, human rights issues, diversity, none of these indicators include the financial information. So that's why it used to be termed as the non-financial information. But what European Union says is that while the information per se could be non-financial, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't have financial impacts. So that way they don't want to call it as non-financial, they want to call it as sustainability related disclosures. So all of these things definitely have some or the other financial implications. So I'll give you a couple of examples around it in a while. But European Union came up with CSRD. So the companies this year onwards will have to report on CSRD. Government of India through SEBI came up with the business responsibility and sustainability reporting regulations, BRSR. So top 1,000 companies which are listed on stock exchanges have to release their BRSR along with the annual report. So it's a regulation. Now they have made it mandatory in a progressive manner that all of these companies should get these reports audited by a third party. So any wrong information being communicated, either because it is purposefully incorrectly communicated, or it is because of any fraud, or because of error, or maybe just any other negligence, so that is not allowed. What does it mean is that the stringent implications that you may have if you report, say, incorrect amount of revenue, incorrect amount of taxes paid, you will have similar implications in a situation you are incorrectly reporting your GHG emissions, or details of your employees or safety related aspects, etc. So there are two trends that I see, as a working professional in this particular aspect. One of the trend focuses or looks at this as an opportunity. How do I make my business future proof? So we have a set of clients who come to us with a problem that okay, this is a regulation which we understand, but we also understand this is a starting point. How do we ensure that we take this as an opportunity and make our business future proof? How do we ensure business continuity out of it? Then there is second group of companies who come to us with a problem that we need to comply with this. What are the way out? We haven't done XYZ things. How do we still comply but not do anything? So they want to try to find out loopholes in the whole process. So, and there are some who are in between who says that right now we don't have budget, but over a period of time we want to do it, and so on and so forth. So when you as professionals enter into your jobs, either into companies or you start your own ventures or whatever it is, so you will also be surrounded by people in all of these things, wherein somebody would be balanced, somebody would be extreme on one side, etc. So striking a balance and ensuring that communicating effectively on what is right is something very important as you grow into your job. So coming back to the risks that I was talking about, what kind of risk businesses could face. On one of the engagements, an IT company reached out to us saying that we want to understand what are the risks because of climate change to us. So in general, if you talk about risks about climate change, it focuses on extreme weather events, that extreme flooding, extreme rainfall, temperature rise, or sea level rise that could happen to us. And some of their offices were in the coastal towns, like for example Chennai. So they wanted to know whether we will have flood-like situations. So our offices are anyways not impacted by flood because they're away from the seashore, etc. And so in conclusion, the problem statement was one of their customers who was in the US asked them that people who are working for us, so that facility of yours should have climate risk assessment or the information about the climate risk to that facility. So they wanted to meet the customer's requirement that we have done something, but they were convinced that there's nothing like climate risk for us. We just operate in one building. What maximum is going to happen to us? So then when we did some analysis and when we studied, for example, the historical trend for last 30 years, plus projecting it for next few years and then some scenarios, then we told them that there could be a scenario where these people may not be come to office at all, and for at least a week or a couple of weeks together. So how much do you think will be impact on your revenue? Will your client be okay with you not working 2 weeks at a stretch on their particular project? The timelines will get impacted. All of these things will have impact on your revenue as well as reputation. So there again, the chief risk officer on the other side started thinking about it to be, we as consultants are just trying to amplify things beyond a point, and it doesn't have any value. So he said, okay, we believe it will not have any impact. So you tone down in your report and share with us, or whatever it is. So we closed that, and a year after that, the Chennai floods happened. Nobody was able to go to office. Their IT infrastructure got destroyed badly. Their backup power generation was not working, and at that point in time, the work from home was not very common. So they were not able to even, ensure that people are trying to work from home. So that impacted them, and then they came back to us saying that, okay, this is what happened. Now we want to be really serious and see what more can happen and what should be our mitigation strategy in such situations. So that is how, for some of the sectors which feel, for example, banks, IT industries and other, they feel that we are immune to the climatic crisis or any risks because of ESG. But no, none of the businesses today are immune to the risks because of climate change. So we need to think, when we think about the futuristic perspective, when you become business leaders tomorrow, you need to ensure that all of these things are part of your business strategy. Otherwise, the business continuity in itself becomes a challenge. So, in terms of just a couple of more examples. So, in Europe, there is something called as CBAM, that is Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. What does it mean is that, we as a human being and population across the globe, we guzzle a lot of commodities. We guzzle a lot of water, and if you will be surprised to see that, the cement that we consume, for building the infrastructure and the quantity of cement we consume globally is almost one of the highest consumed commodity across the globe. And the kind of production that steel, cement, and all of these industries have significant impacts on the environment. So while we may have LEED certification, etc. for our buildings, but to construct that building, there has been a lot of impact that has happened previously. So the sustainability has to be thought in your business right at the design stage. How does it impact is the regulations like CBAM, if you want to export anything to Europe, and they've identified some of the commodities which includes steel, aluminium, and a couple of other metals, they will impose a tax on you that because you have polluted so much, we want us to pay you that much. And then the prices of your commodities or the products that you're trying to export go high, you become non-competitive, and that market in virtually is not existent for you. That again impacts your revenues and your business overall. So if as a business leader you're able to preempt this, or you're able to visualize this, before actually the regulations kick in, that puts you in a position where you're ahead of your competitors. That makes your product more competitive and better in the market, and that helps you to earn better profits. So I would urge all of you to focus on the risks to the business because of ESG, the opportunities that you can create because of ESG, and ensure the integration of ESG in your business strategy. Because the global political situation is going to change. It's always going to have its ups and downs. The regulations are going to become more and more stringent. There will be a phase in between where, the regulations may be little relaxing, but it's again going to be more stringent. People are going to understand these things more and more in the coming days. So your consumer behavior will undergo change. So that means that, all of your products and services, whatever you provide, should be very clean, transparent, and traceable to what they have been doing. So in a nutshell, it requires change in your thinking as a business leader, change in your behavior, at the same time thinking more from the future-proofing perspective. So it's no longer something which is additional to do, but it has to be integral part of your business. So I think that's all I wanted to talk about today. I hope I haven't overshot the time, but I'm happy to take any questions that any one of you have.
Yeah. Okay. So, sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Amit. Very, very good, very concise presentation. And so we'll take some questions. Yeah. Yeah, ma'am has a question here.
Yes. Please. So what I just wanted to ask was that the trend in society is that the moment government gives permissions, for example, now the mangroves is an issue which has been highlighted. The reaction of society in general is like, oh, they're cutting down this, oh, they're cutting down that. In your years of experience, how valid is this society reaction to this kind of a thing? Is it really that, if you look at the High Court judgment, or the words that they have used, that you can't come in the way of progress, you can't come in the way of that. So what is, in your experience, what is the balance? Is it really anti-green, against environment?
Yeah. So in a nutshell, if you think that all of the actions that as a human beings we are tend to take are very short-sighted. So when I say short-sighted, the people who are evaluating these proposals, for example, I want to cut say 1,000 trees for making a way, we just keep humans at the center stage, but we forget that we are part of a larger ecosystem, and as we treat the ecosystem also treats us. So rather than saying that because of the degradation of ecosystem, humans are in danger, is something, the ecosystem is in danger is completely wrong. It's humans who are in danger because of the collapse of ecosystem. Because eventually nature will find its way to sustain, but we probably might become extinct at certain point in time. So coming back to your question, if you take the data, because when a few years ago, maybe around 7-8 years ago, I had analyzed the data of how many applications go for processing to MOEF for these kind of projects, and how many of them get approved and how many of them get rejected. So more than 99% of applications get approved with some or the other modifications. It means that everybody who applies for certain thing gets an approval. So the impact it has, and you spoke about mangroves, so I'll be specific to that. that we do not understand the service, the ecosystem service that mangrove offers to us. So first and foremost, it offers the protection against flood. It offers the protection against the extreme weather events like cyclones or similar events. It raises the seawater to ingress into the our groundwater. In India, we have more than 75% of India falls under the extremely stressed or a highly stressed condition when it comes to groundwater. So in that situation, assume a situation that one or two villages gets seawater gets ingressed into the groundwater. You cannot do farming, you cannot drink that water, you cannot do anything. So the livelihood of all of those people is impacted just because you want to construct a small road or whatever it is. Are there alternatives available? So the answer is yes. If you want to do an infrastructure development, and infrastructure development also is very much important because that helps you to build connectivity, that helps you to have people coming together, helps businesses. But do we think about alternatives? Do we think about a plan wherein the impact on the environment could be minimized? Just because it is expensive, we probably try to think that, we shouldn't go for that alternative. So the way out in these situations and a balanced view in this situation is that definitely development should be there. The infra development or economic development, what we call, should be there. But the alternate options must be evaluated where there is minimum impact on society and the environment. Even if those are expensive, they must be adopted. So today as a country, we do not have any issue with reference to spending money. Because you will see that, as a country, we are able to execute projects like bullet train, the large highways that we have. We have best-in-class infrastructure that anybody else in the world can have. We have access to all those technologies. So money is not a problem. It is just, to showcase as a problem. The problem is in the thought process, problem is in the political will. So that is what we need to correct.
Hi Amit, as I can safely call you Amit because we have a very common connection. I am PFM 2006 batch, IFM Bhopal, and such a pleasure and pride to see you here speaking, and a very captivating session, and maybe I'll catch up little later, but so proud and so happy to have been a part of this session.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions?
Sir, one question I have. You said that in the countries like Europe, they are charging pollution tax. Is it possible in India to have such a kind of arrangements?
It is possible, and there are some domestic mechanisms already existing. For example, for the heavy industries, we had perform, achieve and trade mechanism, which Bureau of Energy Efficiency have. They're trying to migrate it to say some sort of carbon credits over a period of time. The coal cess was there, wherein any coal consumption was taxed because it creates pollution. So those mechanisms are available. Even some of the roads and highways, part of the toll goes for the green component as well. So those kind of things are there. But in terms of import policies, I think we will have to evaluate in terms of how much domestic production or capabilities we have. For example, if you take case of EVs, to manufacture EVs, we do not have all the components being manufactured locally. So we are heavily dependent on the import that is there from the China and a lot of other countries. So in those situations, probably we may not be able to impose such tax. So because of the dependency on the global market forces and geopolitical situations, we are not in that situation as yet for all the commodities, I would say. But domestically, we have a lot of mechanisms, and they will evolve over a period of time.
But we should, in the coming years, because you see the constructions and all is going on, and major problem is steel, cement, and all these materials.
Yeah.
So in future, government need to take such a kind of action.
Yeah, government is already, like green credit scheme, they have already launched.
Yes.
It is evolving. It will take its shape in next 5 years of time. So they are thinking in that direction. Some steps are being taken, but it's like all the decision makers, including the political, non-political decision makers, have to think in one direction for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Yeah, in the corner there. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. I am Sumit Sharma from PGDM Pharma. Recently, during my economics class, I have come across a term called green GNP. And researching further about it, I got to know about that India is ranked about 162 out of 180 country in the GNP, whereas the smaller countries like Denmark and other countries are doing well. And the RBI and the Indian government says that we are positive on the GNP metrics to say so. Like we had seen an example and the repercussions of the like copper manufacturing factories that you have mentioned. Are there any good examples like industry which is actually doing great in India and we could learn from, and what could actually India learn from the other countries going further? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so about your first part of the question regarding GNP, etc., I think comparing in different countries at times is not the right way to look at those things, because as a country we have certain population, certain geographic area, and we are not consistent in all of these things. Because culturally we are different from, say, south part of India to north. Geographically we are different, natural resources are different. So I would say that if you want to compare any of these matrices, you compare where we were 5 years before, where are we today. So if we are progressing, we are doing good. Whether Denmark or any other country is good or bad doesn't make much of a difference. So that is one part. Secondly, we have a lot of good examples as well. We have some of the, for example, one of the aluminum companies in India is global leader when it comes to sustainable practices. They recycle almost 67% of their waste, that is generated, and aluminum is something that generates huge amount of bulk waste. So they have implemented those procedures. They use their waste in cement making, they use for road making, a lot of other applications. They also have dedicated programs on different aspects of sustainability. They're making investments to those things. So those kind of examples also we have in India. There are a couple of other companies, some of those are in power generation, who are also trying to move away from their power generation plants, which were, say, 25 years plus old. They're trying to revamp all of those. They're making those investments. So we have business leaders in India who have understood that, this is something which is not a standalone thing. It's part of the strategy, and they're trying to future-proof themselves. So those examples also we have. And we have to learn anything from the global perspective. I think it could be more on how should we implement regulations, because many times regulations come very haphazardly in our country, while European Union releases regulations, give some time for the companies to absorb it and then starts implementing. So that could be one thing that probably we can absorb globally. As long as technology and other things are concerned, we are at par with any other country in the globe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Are there any more questions? No? Okay. So thank you, Mr. Amit, for your absolutely insightful presentation. Please have a seat, yeah. So as we have seen that our ESG frameworks, environmental, social governance, they give you a benchmark for assessing companies, non-financially, but with financial implications. The social justice part. And climate action is now, actually there are two different silos. ESG frameworks are different and climate action goals are different. And climate action is something which is mandatory because we are facing global warming and all these things. So I think what is important now is to develop that intersection between ESG frameworks and climate goals, when we can achieve both targets in tandem and in a very sustainable way. So I just want to say thank you to our speakers. Dr. Sharma has already left, but we thank him for his time, and Amit for your time, and Dr. Deepa Dikshit for giving us this opportunity to discuss and deliberate on the sustainability landscape. Thank you, students, teachers, everybody. Thank you very much to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, Mr. Tarak. I'll request Dr. Deepa Dikshit, ma'am, and Dr. Nitin Vajrani, sir, to felicitate Dr. Sangeeta Sharma, ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. While we start with the next section of the conference shortly, we will have a short 10-minute break. Thank you so much, ma'am. We will have a short 10-minute break for refreshment and resume back here shortly. I request you all to please take your seats while we begin the next session. I hope you all have had a refreshing break. The next session brings us to the fascinating world of medical innovation. We are privileged to have with us Dr. Usha Padmanabhan, Senior Scientific Officer, Hafkin Institute for Training, Research and Testing, Government of Maharashtra. She is a leading expert in vaccine research and biotechnology. I request ma'am to please come on the dais, and I request Chitra Ramanan ma'am to felicitate our speaker. I also request Swati Chakkar ma'am to please come on the dais to felicitate our speaker. Thank you, ma'am. I request you to please take a seat while I introduce you. Currently serving as Senior Scientific Officer at Hafkin Institute, Government of Maharashtra since 2013, with 20 plus years of experience in the biotechnology sector, Dr. Usha Padmanabhan has held key roles including CAO from 2021 to 23, overseeing licensing, budgeting, and CSR funding, and being the HOD of the cell biology and biochemistry. Her contributions to clinical trials, particularly for NSARS-CoV-2, earned national recognition and led her to represent India at an international conference in St. Petersburg, Russia in 2023. She's recognized by the Government of India and Government of Maharashtra for her work in genome sequencing, and is a core committee member for the National Action Plan on Snake Envenoming. With international research experience at Duke University, University of Dundee, and NIG Japan, she also is a recipient of UK's Young Scientist Award and Japan's Center of Excellence Fellowship. She is a recognized PhD guide at Mumbai University and Maharashtra University of Health Sciences in the subject of applied biology. She specializes in protein purification, mammalian cell culture, molecular biology, and WGS genomics. Today, she will be sharing her insights on innovation in vaccines, a topic of paramount importance in our rapidly evolving world. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Usha Padmanabhan.
Good afternoon, all. I promise that I'll be very short and very crisp so that I won't keep you from your lunch. Meanwhile, I would like to thank SIES, School of Management Studies, for giving this warm invite to the International Management Research Conference. I'd like to thank Swati for coordinating it so graciously. I also would like to thank Chitra ma'am to remembering me for 10 years and more now. I've been associated with this when this was small. I was with the environment section when it was housed here, and since then it's moved out, I think, into a new campus. So I've got nice fond memories of this place. I just wanted to say that I have no choice but to make a presentation out here because of the technical nature of the topic that I was assigned, number one. So unlike the previous speakers, I can't speak extempore. Number two, also the session after this is on collaborations between academia and industry. So I think
I would also lead, I hope I can lead it nicely into that session and help the next panelist on this board. Meanwhile, I hope the students are from pharmaceutical sciences to some extent, so they will understand what is going on. Okay, with that, I'll go into the first slide. This is a very brief slide. I think I don't have to explain. How do I see? How do I stand? Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks. I don't think I have to explain very much about what is vaccine action, but in brief, what does a vaccine do? A vaccine, once you inject it into a patient, it will present a portion of either the organism or the cancerous cell or the venom or the toxin to the human body. The human body then will generate antibodies towards it. Okay, that is pretty much what a vaccine does. It mimics some portion of the toxin or the bacteria or the virus or whatever, or the cancerous cells to the human body, and the human body will respond to it immunologically. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, this is a slide which I request that everybody takes very seriously, because this is how human children are protected. Not only children, even animals are protected throughout the world. This is what is known as universal vaccination programs, and about 190 countries out of 246 countries have their own national universal vaccination programs. It depends on the climate, it depends on the most common infections faced by that population, and every country executes it. And as you can see, unfortunately, there is inequality in universal vaccination programs, typically based on the economic stature of the country. And so you can see that Africa is still very unrepresented, and there is vaccine inequality in Africa, largely because of its economic status, which is a sad thing according to me, and I think we should. And India has done a lot in mitigating this inequality through its vaccine donation programs and through medical donation programs. Next slide, please. Thank you. So if we talk about numbers, because this is also a school of management studies and a business school here. So if you can look at what is the vaccine dosage world over through the universal vaccination program, we talk about 7 billion doses annually. And of course, since the COVID pandemic, you can see that the vaccination against COVID contributes to a large portion of these 7 billion doses. And what is the financial value of the whole market world over? It is 20 billion for COVID alone, which is only 27%, 30% of the market. So which means that the whole vaccine market world over is about to the tune of USD $60 billion. Okay, and in this slide, I would like to point out that vaccines need not necessarily be money turners. There is a portion of the industry which is like actually humanitarian in this thing, and I'm very happy to point out in the light blue box down, 3% of the vaccine is contributed world over. I'm talking about 3% of all doses is contributed by my institute, and it is a humanitarian relief where we contribute to oral polio vaccine, which is given by and large to 127 countries in South Africa at a very, very low cost. The costs go as low as around ₹5 per dose. And I think that's an incredible humanitarian gesture that we do. We are recognized by WHO, and we are pre-qualified by WHO for this. Apart from oral polio, we also do snake envenoming, again, which is largely mitigating snake bite cases in Africa. And we become part of the humanitarian most of the national disaster rescue teams, international disaster rescue teams, etc. So I'm very happy to say that. On the right panel, I'm also happy to point out equally that vaccines also generate a significant amount of revenue. You can see S22, which is the Serum Institute of India. So while humanitarian efforts are important in the vaccine world, funding and generating income for India and therefore contributing to the GDP of India is also equally important. And it goes a long way in playing the role of making India into a developed country. So Serum Institute S22 is also there in this. So this slide is actually giving me a lot of pride. Next slide, please. So this is the latest, and it is really the latest because this came out, if you see the date on the slide, it is 14th February 2025. So when you talk about innovations in vaccines, this literally happened yesterday evening when the European Union has actually given permission for self-amplifying mRNA vaccines. So this literally happened yesterday. So this is the latest in vaccines. Next slide, please. I'll come back to this slide in a short. Everybody knows about mRNA vaccine because everybody is talking about blood clots caused by the Moderna mRNA vaccine. But that is only a blip on the radar because the percentage of those side effects, every vaccine, every medicine, every small, even crocin that you have or combiflam that you have at home will have a side effect in 1% of cases. Nobody talks about that 1% for combiflam, but everybody is talking about 1% for mRNA COVID vaccine. Okay, that's just because it is in the it is in the picture, it is in the radar. But there is no ideal vaccine which has no side effects. But having come to that, this is the technology, this is just a rough technology of the mRNA vaccine. So you basically take an mRNA vaccine and you encapsulate it and you basically inject people, and people will generate antibodies to SARS-CoV-2 if they are getting infected. On the right hand side of the screen, you can see what is the technology, the actual technology behind this. You can see that the first molecule is uracil, which is naturally occurring, and then that got modified by researchers in a laboratory. So when you talk of collaboration, there cannot be any bigger collaboration than this because that was a pure test tube baby. What has come as pseudouridine is nothing but a test tube baby which was generated in the lab. And then it became this huge money turner for Moderna. Please go to the next slide. You can see that how COVID vaccines have changed pharma company profits here, because you can see that literally also there are 2-3 things which is there in this slide. Number one, when COVID came, everybody was worried that it would take us almost 2 years, 3 years, 5 years to get a vaccine. By that time, what cost of humanity would COVID take? Because in the 1 year, already about 1 million plus people were dead, and most of them were elderly. All of us, at least in the medical field who were working on ground, heaved a sigh of relief that children were not affected. But there is a school of thought which says that it's because of the universal vaccination program that children were really not affected. So there is 2 schools of thought which goes, but regardless of, we are very happy that children were not affected. So that is one thing about it. But look at how a small molecule within 1 year could come to patients and could save a huge bunch of lives. And obviously, and therefore, I don't see any reason why the profit should not indicate that, because they did mitigate a number of deaths. So you can see the numbers in profits for Johnson & Johnson, which came with a single dose vaccine, Pfizer, which came with a double dose vaccine, AstraZeneca, obviously AstraZeneca was the collaborator with Serum Institute of India. Serum Institute was the bulk manufacturer for that, whereas AstraZeneca is the person who made it in the laboratories. So you can see the footnote over there. These are not actual profits, but these are actually total earnings. So obviously, as the vaccine faded, as the pandemic faded, the total earnings went down. But these are not indicative. This chart does not indicate actual profits, whereas for all the other companies, it actually indicates profits. And then you can see the profit for Moderna, because Moderna did not exist before COVID. It now exists on the radar on international earnings because of COVID and because of the vaccine that it generated. Next, you can see BioNTech, but Moderna BioNTech are actually collaborators, so their profits are just split. So please go next slide, please. And you can see that these are the people who actually generated pseudouridine in their laboratories, and they obviously got the Nobel Prize in 2023 for providing the genesis for vaccine manufacture. Move next forward. Next slide, please. Other mRNA vaccines, how is this technology being applied elsewhere? So you can see that it is also in 24, it has been approved pretty much for RSV virus. And also there is also a pancreatic mRNA vaccine candidate in the pipeline. These are in clinical trial 1, trial 2, etc. Move forward, please. Next slide. So the first slide which I showed you was the self-amplifying mRNA, which got approval yesterday evening. So you can see that it is a technological advance on mRNA. If you see A is the classical mRNA, where you have just the mRNA of the antigen, whatever is the antigen. Whereas the self-amplifying antigen is that you are reducing the dose. How are you reducing the dose? Because the moment you inject it, it will amplify itself hijacking the host cell machinery, and therefore it reduces doses, creates a number of antigens, and therefore becomes more efficacious. Okay, thereby reducing not only manufacturing cost, but also side effect cost, better patient management, and overall reducing cost of healthcare in general. Move forward. Next slide. So this is just telling you how it works in a better this thing. So you can see how it works actually. Move forward. Okay. So, and you can see conventional vaccine, you can see how developmental time of these vaccine production actually reduce total cost world over, and therefore makes actually healthcare really affordable to a number of people. Okay, move. So if you look, you can see that it took us 42 days actually to come out with the vaccine, but it took 1 year to get the safety protocols in place, and for accreditations, and for actually licensing it out, so that, because I mean safety itself takes a number of about 8 months to you. I mean this is the shortest, literally. Okay, move forward please. Next. So I move on from infectious diseases onto neglected tropical diseases. Again, area where our institute historically, at one point, we were the only institute world over to provide this. But, I mean, obviously, since then, things have diversified and so on. So it's still the traditional technology world over is that we actually inject horses, which you can see on the top of the slide. You can, oh, actually, can I do that? Yeah. So you can see it out here that we do inject horses. Then we collect antibodies from horses, and that's where we inject humans, and humans themselves also generate this thing. So these are the 4 species which are medically active in India. This is the Russell's viper, this is the cobra, this is the saw-scaled viper, and this is the krait. So these are known as viperids, these are known as elapids. These are neurotoxic, these are hemotoxic, which means that these cause paralysis and kill the patient or kill the prey. These cause clotting disorders, and then they harm the individual or the prey. And these are a lethal combination of both, and the most potent, and 30 to 50 seconds, you usually, patients become moribund and they can die. Can I change this? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, if you look at, so the innovation in these is very important, because we don't have to subject horses to this. So what we now have done is that we have generated a number of toxin molecules. What we have done is we've analyzed venom per se, which is a combination of 100 plus molecules, and we've come down with lead molecules, lead antigens, and we have come out with synthetic peptides which need not even rely on classical biochemistry, but we can have peptide synthesizers, so it is automated. And how did we come across these? Again, it is collaborations, totally collaborations. We looked at bioinformatic molecules, and we found a family of molecules which all look alike. These are components, they are called three-finger proteins, and they are components of snake venoms. And therefore, we used bioinformatics to design these molecules which bind to these three-finger proteins. And you will be happy to know they are already in phase 1 of clinical trials. So, you can see that, that based on, so you can have a number of potential collaborations at various levels. You can have it in vaccine design, you can have it in bioinformatics, you can have it in manufacturing, you can also have it in, for example, adjuvants, for example, vaccine delivery systems. Because both your peptides as well as mRNA do have delivery systems which are also required to deliver the vaccines inside patients to get a better response per se. All of this contributes to more effective, more logistic healthcare, and bringing down the cost of healthcare affordable, making it affordable for patients. So that's so what are the lacuna out here? In mRNA vaccines, obviously stabilizing the vaccines, and in peptide vaccines also to create better potency, better immunogenicity in patients. With that, so with this, I've pretty much come to the last slide, because I just went through it very fast, keeping in mind my promise that I won't put you to sleep. But basically, where we are looking at collaborations is academia comes out with leads, academia comes out with what is known as seeds for manufacturers to take forward. But in between these two are this valley of death comes into picture, where the patients are not receiving it, because here we have just seeded our ideas, and then it's for manufacturers and for future business leaders in whom I see, to take this up and to bring about drug molecules which can actually make a bridge between academia and industry. So with that, I actually thank all of you for your kind attention, and I would really like to take any questions. I'm very sorry to taking you back to your classrooms, but I'd be happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you, ma'am. That was extremely nice. I am from science background, so the 2 days was kind of... So
yeah, revision.
Yes.
Yeah,
no, 2 days of management conference was like...
yeah.
So this was close to my heart.
Okay.
So I just had a technical question.
Yeah, please.
I didn't know, I have not read about the self-replicating mRNA.
Yeah.
So is the RDRP from a viral domain?
Yes, it is. It is from alpha viruses.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, most RDRPs are error-prone.
Yes.
So they've made modifications to it.
Yeah, but the error-prone can be used as a It's a blessing in disguise.
Oh, so you
because if they are error prone, and so let me go back. I think we're talking about this one now.
Yes.
Actually, I'll tell you here. So this whole complex actually codes for the RDRP. So, and because they are error prone, what will happen is that the moment this is translated, you will have a fully functional protein out here, correct?
Okay.
And because they are error prone, what will happen is that all these variants of, for example, coronavirus, will be covered by this antigen, right? Because of the error. Do you understand? So naturally, I mean, when you look at corona, I mean, I'm giving you COVID as an example. When COVID came, it was the alpha strain. Okay, we were very happy because India was not affected by the alpha strain at all. And why it was not affected? Because there is a number of population genetics as well as the clade, how they interact with each other, which goes into why we were not affected by alpha. But then Delta came and we had a very bad outbreak of Delta out here. But between alpha and Delta, if you look at the spike protein, it's actually only 2 amino acids which were different. But it caused a huge effect on the healthcare system and on our immunogenicity. So if RDRP is error prone and it does cause changes in the whole genome, it actually gives rise to diversity. And therefore, your immune response to that diversity will be much better. And therefore, it will cover a whole bunch of clade molecules which will emerge. And therefore, it will give you a wide range of immune response rather than a unique response. So that is why it is a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
I hope I answered your
and
question.
that is not that's a great advantage.
Yeah.
Just that then it would mean with every person the response will be slightly heterogeneous.
Slightly different. It will be personalized quotes
Yes.
unquotes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Yes. Hi, ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Usha. That was a wonderful presentation, and I'm taken back to my days of PhD now.
Okay.
So this is just a reminiscence of my PhD days. So I'm just a little intrigued by this self-mRNA vaccine which you just presented. So I mean, when it comes to a vaccine, I think the antigen load which is being administered to a patient, that is very well defined.
Yes.
When it comes to any form of vaccine, let's say recombinant or any subunit vaccine.
Yes, yes.
Now when it comes to a self-amplifying mRNA, right, because this is, so are there any concerns with respect to excessive amplification or prolonged responses? Because herein, we are defining the dosage only for the administered vaccine, but how is it going to be expressed inside the system?
Yeah,
so prolonged or excessive expression of the mRNA. So how is it going to be self-limiting in nature? I just wanted to have some idea regarding that.
Yeah, so if I would move forward, if you look at the disadvantages of mRNA vaccines, I don't know, you can see it here. It's a very large molecule, it is intrinsically unstable and prone to degradation by nucleases, and it activates the immune system. mRNA vaccines also have another side effect, that they also do form hybrid complexes within the cell, and those themselves can also trigger the immune system to react. In this case, what happens is, because of these limitations, if you see Moderna also, and if you look at the immune response of Moderna vaccine itself, it's hardly for 4 months. Seroprevalence using Moderna vaccines is only 4 months. But with self-replicating vaccines, they have at least initial data has shown that it's for a year. It is stable for a year, after which it degrades by itself. But they haven't reported what is the titer of antibody which has, and whether the number of copies of RNA per cell, whether it is over-replicating, etc., etc. See, even for Moderna, the side effects of blood clots came almost 2 years, 1.5 years after a sizable population was already vaccinated. So at the present moment, they have just given it kind of approval yesterday. So we really don't have data on that yet. But in animal studies and in safety studies, they haven't seen anything. But then Moderna also in safety study hadn't given any side effects. So that's all I can say to your.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Doctor, I missed a majority of the presentation, but whatever I saw is very brilliant and very innovative.
Oh, thank you.
I would be keen to, collaborate as a man.
Are you a manufacturer?
Yeah, and I am a marketer and a company owner.
Huh.
So besides that, I wanted to ask two questions. Do you know that I'm not very much aware, hemophilia vaccine is there for hemophilia A?
So actually it's still in phase 1. A lot of blood related disorders. So for example, Alzheimer's, there is an mRNA vaccine. Hemophilia for factor 9.
No, factor 8 I'm saying.
Factor 8. Factor 8 का मुझे नहीं मालूम है. Factor 9 there is an mRNA.
No, so my question was, if mRNA is the platform, why don't people develop this? Because hemophilia, there is no other treatment.
Yeah, there is no other treatment. Even Alzheimer's, there wasn't much any treatment, but just I think 6 months before, there is one phase 1 which is going on right now on the mRNA platform. I can't really comment on hemophilia. I'm more into viruses and snake.
No, because the platform is same.
Yeah, the platform is the same. Yes, it's very well established.
Next question was, can you develop oral form? I don't know. Yeah,
no, you can't.
I may sound stupid, but...
You can't develop an oral form of mRNA because simply the moment it hits your gastric juice, the RNAs will be degraded.
Because also see, GLP-1 analogs were never thought they will be orals, but semaglutide was developed.
Yes, it is. Now, if you do develop formulations which are resistant and you increase absorptivity through the gastrointestinal tract,
it's possible.
It should, the mind is an unlimited organ by itself. So, hey, imagine all you want. Thank you very much for your interest.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
As lacuna is there, mRNA is very large molecule.
Yeah.
So how we use it for Alzheimer by making nanoparticles?
Yes, yes. Most RNA so far has always been LNP delivered. That is lipid delivered. There is no other way till now where they have, even the SA self-amplifying RNA is LNP encapsulated. Even peptides which I showed, because I mean my topic was innovation, so I didn't go through those classical mechanisms. I have not even shown them out here. But both peptides as well as RNA and even self-amplifying are LNP encapsulated in nanoparticles. So it is a nanoparticle dispersion which is either intramuscular or intradermal delivery.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a wonderful presentation. As well as you made it sure that you are working for a baby newborn. Okay, na? So thanks a lot. And my question is slightly different from a very scientific aspect, that we said that we are coming out with various antibodies from the anti-snake venom, right?
Yes.
So will it be helpful for any other reptile apart from snakes?
Yeah, so that is a great question. I'll just go back to this slide. So if you saw this thing, although they look very similar, each of these, they are called three-finger toxins, and each of these molecules are actually part of different venoms from different snakes. So the answer to your question is a resounding yes, that all they did was they basically used bioinformatics students, and they mined these molecules which were deposited in the protein database from various repositories. For example, some of these are from African mambas, some of these are from boa constrictors in the US, some of them are from Australian reptiles. In fact, Australian reptiles are the most venomous. The Indian cobra is only very frightful, but it's not actually very poisonous. But these are molecules from different venomous snakes, just that they have the similar kind of structure, and that structural similarity has been exploited to design these class of peptides which will bind and which will this thing. So just it's very easy. It's far more difficult to make a concoction of antibodies. It's far easier to make a concoction of these small peptides because they are far more stable. Yeah. But that's very technical actually. Great. And even for madam, actually, it's very technical. I wasn't aware that, you know, audiences would, I mean, I'm pretty impressed. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Oh, hi.
I have a question. So like you mentioned, during the COVID period, we were able to come up with a new vaccine within a period which was less than a year.
Yeah.
So suppose if such kind of situation happens in future, are there any ways where we can come up with rapid vaccine innovation which also ensures safety and efficacy at the same time?
Okay, so the mRNA vaccine, like most other vaccines, has a background story. So in 2008, there was something called as MERS, which is known as Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. Okay, so that MERS actually came out because of a virus which was very similar to COVID, because it was also a respiratory virus. It was also transmitted through the air. It was also contagious. We were blissfully unaware of it because it never affected India and Pan-Asia. But it did affect Iran, Iraq, all the Middle Eastern countries. It did get huge, and there was casualty to the tune of about 50,000 odd people. So at that point in time, the mRNA vaccine actually had its genesis. So the template was built around that period of time. But because nobody knew how mRNAs would react, and everybody thought that this was this strange molecule and it will, it will interfere with normal cell processes, regulatory permissions were not given. But at the time of COVID, it was like this onslaught of thousands of people dying across the globe. And even when COVID came, the European regulators and the US regulators initially were not worried, because they thought that this was typically a tropical country disease. So they thought that they will make the money, but they would not be affected by the disease. So initially they also did not give. But it's when they started, when France and Italy were the first big casualties in Europe for the COVID pandemic, that's when those regulators kicked in. And once they said that we'll give you permission, everybody else kicked in. And so this mRNA template was actually born in 2008 in the Middle East. They just took that, Moderna just took that technology and they were the first to hit it. That's what happened.
So to summarize it, you mean that agility in this process would really benefit in terms of...
I think that it's now an established technology, and now there is really no stumbling block for permission to be granted, and therefore adaptability will be really quick. I think so. Yeah. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Padmanabhan, for that wonderful, insightful session talking about vaccines for humanitarian efforts, vaccine for funding and generating revenues, for designing antibodies against snake venom, and detailing on the mRNA and self-generating mRNA. Thank you so much once again. Moving further to the next section of our conference, scientific advancements are no longer the results of isolated efforts. Rather, they thrive on collaboration. Our next panel discussion will explore the role of collaboration in modern drug discovery. I request the dignitaries to take a seat on the dais while I introduce them and we felicitate them. We have an esteemed lineup of experts joining us. I request the ushers to please escort the dignitaries. Mr. Nitin Patil, CEO, Technovision India. Dr. Tara Menon, SIES Arts, Science and Commerce College. Dr. Anita Joshi, Tilak College of Science and Commerce. Dr. Jaya Lakakula, Amity University. I request Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am and Professor Jharna Lula to felicitate our first two guests. First, I request Mr. Nitin Patil, CEO, Technovision India, to come forward. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I request Jharna ma'am and Deepa ma'am to felicitate Dr. Tara Menon, SIES Arts, Science and Commerce College. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Jharna ma'am. Request you to please take a seat. I request Dr. Deepa Dikshit ma'am and Dr. Swati Checker ma'am to felicitate our next set of guests. I request Dr. Anita Joshi ma'am from the Tilak College of Science and Commerce to please come forward. I request Swati ma'am and Deepa ma'am to next felicitate Dr. Jaya Lakakula from Amity University. Thank you, ma'am. I take this opportunity to further introduce each of our guests. We have with us today Mr. Nitin Patil, CEO, Technovision India. Mr. Patil is a pharmaceutical professional with 35 years of experience in sales, marketing, and training, founder of Uttung Bharari Training Academy, and a motivational speaker. He conducts workshops on leadership, soft skills, and pharma industry insights, alongside contributing to academia, social causes, and authoring publications. We next have Dr. Tara Menon, SIES from SIES Arts, Science and Commerce College. She is the Vice President of the Biotechnology Department, an MSc in Biochemistry, a PhD in Microbiology, and has done her postdoctoral research at Tata Memorial Hospital. She is also a recognized PhD guide at the University of Mumbai. We also have with us Dr. Anita Joshi, Principal Tilak College of Science and Commerce, who is a PhD in physics and has 22 years of experience in technical and engineering fields. She has collaborated with BARC, IIT Mumbai, and NCL Pune, and has published 30 plus research papers, led UGC funded projects, and filed a patent in AI-based retail analytics, promoting innovation in education. I request you all to please applaud for our panelists here. We also have Dr. Jaya Lakakula from Amity University, who is a nanotechnologist and assistant professor with a PhD in chemistry from the University of Johannesburg. Her expertise lies in polymeric drug delivery systems with postdoctoral stints at IIT Bombay and Rhodes University. She has 35 plus publications, 30 plus book chapters and 3 patents, and the Best Faculty Award in 2023. Our eminent panel is going to be moderated by our own Dr. Shalini Gulecha, ma'am, from the SIES College of Management Studies. She is the HOD Marketing at SIES College of Management Studies, a seasoned management educator with over 2 decades of experience in marketing. Holding a PhD in management and an MBA in marketing, she specializes in social media intelligence, strategic management, consumer behavior, and IMC, a faculty facilitator for Harvard Simulations. She has presented research at national and international conferences and led a global immersion program in Singapore. This insightful discussion will be moderated by Dr. Shalini Gulecha, where she will guide the conversation on the role of collaboration in modern drug discovery. With this, we would like to start the panel discussion. Over to you, Shalini ma'am.
A very pleasant good afternoon to all of you. Drug discovery, I think there are a lot of challenges that we are aware of. It's more time consuming, it's expensive, it's risk taking. With these challenges in the background, we have an eminent panel. Possibly towards the end, we are very sure that these challenges are going to look into opportunities for us, okay? So I'll begin. My first question is, so I'll be posing question to the panel and each of them are going to give their insights. This question, first I'll start with Nitin sir. So when you talk about collaborations, PPPs, that's public-private partnerships, are one that have done wonders, not only in other fields, but more so in the field of, modern drug discovery. Sir, my question is, how do you feel these collaborations have helped in, meeting the unmet medical needs that are there out there, not only in our continent, but across the globe? Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Shalini madam. And first of all, I would like to share my heartiest gratitude to SIES College Management Studies, Dikshit madam and Swati madam for all the coordination, and all the professors and teaching staffs of SIES, and all the faculties and students sitting here. Good afternoon to everyone. Let's understand what drug discovery is. Drug discovery is the process of finding new medicine by identifying and testing new molecules that can treat the diseases. But this drug discovery process is not very easy, as it has got a lot of challenges. The first challenge is the high cost. To discover a new drug, it takes around $1 to $2 billion for new drug discovery. Then the second point is new drug development timelines. To discover a new drug, it takes around 10 to 15 years. And then there are regulatory hurdles and approval complexities are there. And the major problem is the higher failure rate. The failure rate is as high as 90%. Now, looking towards the scenario, the collaboration between industry and academia will bridge, or it will be a connect between academia research and industry expertise, drug development expertise, or application of the drug actually in the market and to the patients. Now, how it is important? The academia has got the expertise at the early stage of the research, and they can identify the real target molecules and which will help in disease mechanism. Whereas the industry has got an expertise to translate this research into the variable drugs which can help in developing the drug discovery. Then the most important is the collaboration will help the cutting-edge technology advantage. As the universities or academia, they develop newer technologies. Like the recent innovation is AI-driven drug design and CRISPR, that is gene editing. So industry will scale up this innovation to a real world application. Then the collaboration will also help to speed up the efficiency, and it also will help to faster the process of the drug discovery. Then it also will help training and talent development. Like academia researcher will get access to industry infrastructure and labs for their research work. Whereas industry will also get the new talent and the new perspective, novel perspective about the research.
Very truly said, sir. New talent is something that we are talking a lot about, even the success rate that you mentioned. I would now go ahead with Tara ma'am, your thoughts on the PPP.
Thank you, office bearers, for having me here. It's a humbling experience being here amidst all stalwarts here. My take on this is like years ago when I started my journey in SIES, or rather my PhD in MS University of Baroda, Human Genome Project was in its nascent stage. Different universities across the globe were trying to sequence chromosome 1, 3, etc. And at one point of time, Celera Genomics came into the picture, who is a private party altogether. So when a private party moved in with the government, the Human Genome Project, it gave a kind of an impetus that things started moving very fast, and then Human Genome Project, or the mapping of the genome, was done in a record period which they themselves didn't envisage. And now we are at a stage, because of this, we have personalized medicine, we have precision medicine. So all this happened like kind of the public-private collaboration, and when a private party comes in, the competition also sets in, and then people start working faster towards their goal, and things come out faster. And yeah, here we are at a stage where, like a couple of months ago when I had a relative in the hospital and they were trying to figure out what had actually gone wrong with the patient, they just had to a mouse click away, map my genome was right there. They kind of went through the genomic profile of the patient and came back. Yeah, it is a biotin deficiency, which years ago, which we wouldn't have actually even thought of it. So now here we are at a stage when 24 hours time you can get your genome sequenced, and you can come out with a personalized or precision medicine which hits the nail on the head. So I think public and private partnerships, or people coming together for the drug discovery, is it's a great boon. But of course it has its pitfalls, but we don't speak about it right now because I think we are at a very happy space. India is doing very well.
Okay, so from marketing, we know that brands do a lot of personalization. Very, very happy to know that science, of course, has gone to that level that there's a lot of personalization or genome mapping. Over to you, Anita ma'am, for your inputs on the PPP.
So I would like to give my inputs on this PPP model. Indian government already done with the ICMR and this one which 2 or 3 companies more than that, and definitely they are doing good. First, I would like to focus on the point that drug delivery should be considered as a part of our country's health, and this will be definitely helpful to PPP model and NGOs, Indian institution as well as private institution, and this will be definitely a part of innovation, and funding and all should be given by the government and non-government bodies also. So definitely we can take the step in regard to this, and we can achieve the success that we have achieved in the in terms of co-vaccine also, that we have partnered with ICMR and all. That is my best.
Very true, Anita ma'am. When we talk about the whole ecosystem, if all the parties come together, I think that is what we as a nation also stands for. Jaya ma'am, over to you, your take on the PPP.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't sound this bad. I have cold. Kindly bear with me. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and special mention for Dr. Swati Chekkar ma'am. She has been a great support, and she has made sure that everything went like she was continuously in contact with me, and she made me comfortable. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's very important to ask this question right now. I'm an academician. I've done my PhD in nanotechnology from abroad. I have been to few countries and I see the difference. I did my PhD from South Africa. Being a developing country also, the situations are far better than a developed country. So public-private partnership is very important, because being an academician, we know that this is the foundation of research. Academicians can help to do research at ground level. We can find out drug molecules. We can help the industrialists or the biotech companies to find out drug targets. There are few limitations as well. As we don't get funding, we have to rely on government bodies. So industrialists or the pharma companies can come into existence. They can help us. They can give financial support, and we can help them by doing the basic research. We can save time. We all know it's a $1 trillion industry. To get one drug to the market, it takes a lot of time and a lot of money. So academicians and industrialists can come hand in hand and bring the new drug molecules from lab to the market. And we have a very classic example. We have seen during COVID, the academicians, as ma'am has already mentioned, industrialists and the government bodies, if all can work together, we have managed to develop vaccine within a year. I would like to give one example. If you all are aware, if you see ATREC, which is based at Kharghar, on one side we have the research institute, and the other side we have the hospital. And there is a bridge in between. So they believe that until and unless we don't do research, we'll not be able to treat patients. So it's very important that public-private partnership play an important role so that we can treat patients and provide them a good quality of life. Thank you so much.
So Jaya ma'am basically was trying to tell that, all of these, the various parties again, possibly echoing the same sentiments like other panelists, that if we all come together, there are wonders that can happen, and there are wonders that are happening. Quickly, I'll proceed with my next question. I would like Jaya ma'am to answer this question first. Ma'am, when you talk about model drug discovery or anything for that matter, we all are talking, and just before our session, we saw how Usha ma'am had something to say, and we had Patkar sir who really wanted to. So it's all about collaborations that we have been talking, right? So This panel is actually a classic example wherein we have Nitin sir from the industry and I think 4 of us representing academia. So my next question is, how do you think we all together can bridge this gap? And what do you think are those key factors that can make this, ecosystem more robust, more meaningful, more fruitful?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. It's been 7 years I'm working, and I've done my graduation and post-graduation from Mumbai University, and I see the difference. When we were in BSc or MSc, we hardly had any opportunity for internships. But if you see our students now and looking at the curriculum, government is also forcing the students so that they can go do internship. They do multiple internship at different levels. They go to different industries. And on the other hand, industries have also opened the doors. They were earlier very reluctant to invite students or other members. It is very secretive, but now at least there are observerships which have been introduced. There are students who go to different industries. They learn different techniques. There are research collaborations which are happening. Academia is taking financial support in collaboration with the industries. So there is a lot of research, lot of knowledge exchange which is happening. So I think it is very important, and things are going in right direction. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I would now request Tara ma'am to share her insights.
Because government is also doing a whole lot of stuff. Department of Biotechnology has come out with BIRAC. I'm sure students out here must be aware of that BIRAC program. They also have something called Big Ignition Grant. You have what is known as BioNest. So if you have some thought process in your mind now, the government is also encouraging innovation. You have incubators across all campuses like Indian Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Technology across the country. So with a lot of these coming up, I think you students are in a very happy space as when compared to what we were. I mean, I can't count myself there, but the rest of the gathering who were there 20 years ago. So I appeal to all of you all, if you have something in mind, if you have an idea, I think there are a lot of people who are there out there to help you out. You just have to reach out to them. You have the incubate. I think your own college out here, your campus out here is also has an incubation center here. So you could make a use of the facilities. So academia and industry, I think the gap is becoming narrower and narrower, and the valley of death no longer exists, right, ma'am? So it is becoming narrower and narrower. So I think we should make use of all the opportunities which we have coming up and make the best out of it. And we also have a large number of startups. If you students out here just have to key into the 10 best biotech startups in India. I'm not going abroad. I'm talking only about India. You will see a whole lot of startups emerging on your screen, and you have Pandorum Technologies, you have OncoStem, all those startups who are there. They actually are kind of trying to bridge the academia and the industry, where they offer platforms to test your molecule, be it a small molecule or be it a biosimilar or a biopharmaceutical. They give you platform. Pandorum Technology is all about they have 3D printing where you could test your molecules on it and you could go ahead. So they are these small startup companies. Again, they are coming up with the background that has been provided for by DBT, through BIRAC and BIG, etc. So I think all of you should make use of this opportunity which is there in front of you. World is just a mouse click away. So all the best to you. I think the gap is much narrow now.
A very important key takeaway, especially for us students. There are a lot of initiatives that are happening around. Just make use of those opportunities, and of course, government is playing the role of a catalyst. Over to you, Anita ma'am, on your thoughts.
Actually, we also did many MOUs for internship with Midcon and other 3-4 biotech companies. And many ITCS companies, they are collaborating with foreign countries, and I also got the funding, about 6 to 7 lakhs funding for my student to under IIC innovation incubation cell. Under that, we are doing our ITCS students are taking that projects. We are providing 3 years. We are providing 1 year internship under that project. That will be paid internship, and plus we are getting the autonomy of that software also that I planned with Bix Technologies from Mumbai. So this is the very good initiative by the government and by the college that both can meet their day-to-day needs, and we will have a good kind of research and innovation also students can take from this. So these innovations are really hats off to them also. Those companies are offering this kind of good sponsorship or fundings also they are providing us. So this is the very good initiative by NEP, by Mumbai University also. Due to this NEP, we can able to do this kind of startups and innovation incubation cells in our college. Thank you, ma'am.
So Anita ma'am basically highlighted and reiterated the fact that there are many people out there trying to fund you. It's just that you need to reach out to them. Over to you, Nitin sir, on your take on.
Yeah, I travel to many parts and districts of Maharashtra to take a session for all pharmacy students. And during my one of the session, a college in Buldhana district called Rajeshri Shahu College of Pharmacy, I met the vice principal of that college. And as I am into ophthalmology segment from last 35 years, so I have a keen interest in ophthalmology. And during conversation, he told me that he has got a very good research into drug delivery system for a particular molecule, and that molecule relate to a category called non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. So I have one friend of mine who is having his own company, and he is the CEO of the company, and that company is now the one of the leading player in ophthalmology in India. And I had a talk with my friend who is a CEO in Intod, and I intermediated in between them. I become a bridge between them, and we had a meeting actually. The professor came to that company. I was also present, and he has shown what the research is, and the industry person also, that CEO also taken all the details, and very soon we'll be going ahead with that project.
Very, very happy to know that we have a lot of live examples out here where there are a lot of collaborations that are happening in different facets of life. I'll quickly take the last question in the best interest of time. I would request my panelists to be a little quick on it. So when you talk about modern drug discoveries, we all represent different fields. So we have somebody from nanotechnology, we have somebody who's a physicist. Sir represents the industry. Sir, what are those key factors and what are those aspects or examples that comes to your mind where there have been collaboration? So we are sitting in a management institute. We have our students who are pursuing their pharmaceutical management, biotechnology management, life sciences courses. So what are those few examples that comes to your mind wherein you feel there's a lot of collaboration that has happened in diverse field? So Jaya ma'am, your quick take on it.
Have a lot of classic examples, like for example, University of IIT Bombay and IIT Madras have collaborated with Dr. Reddy's. So it's not only limited to lab-related research, but they are helping the Dr. Reddy's so that to design novel drug delivery system for anti-cancer applications. So they take a lot of help in their production from IIT Bombay and IIT Madras We have another example, Cadila Pharmaceutics. They have collaborated with Gujarat University. Then IISc Bangalore, where I have done my PhD. My co-supervisor is from there. They have collaborated with Biocon. So there are a lot of universities. Now the research is not limited only to lab. A lot of expertise, because we have experts. We are developing new technologies. So it is being taken to the market. And we all know that drug discovery, it's a very complex process. We require a lot of biologists. We require computational sciences, pharmacology, management. There are multiple people which are involved. So it's only possible to bring the new formulation from bench to lab side only through collaboration. And I guess it's happening.
Okay. Over to you, Anita ma'am, your quick take.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, I would like to suggest on this modern drug discovery along with Indian knowledge system. So this is the best part for the students for research and all. Yesterday or 2 days back, I have gone through some AICT circulars. In that circulars and projects, they are giving 20 lakh rupees funds on Veda, how Veda and Aushad Nirman Shastra are correlated with each other. This kind of innovative projects, if we are working on this, definitely we can get the answer that we definitely correlate with modern drug discovery with ancient knowledge system also. So this is the good part of studies, and you think that why the government is doing such, why the government is giving such a kind of projects, and so many projects are there, you go along with that circular, and definitely it will be the part, you can see that in COVID, only psychology matters. If I am saying that I am getting headache, then actually headache comes. If I am telling my mind 100 times I am not getting headache, then definitely I am not getting headache. So this kind of things, that is also all the mantras, Ram Raksha, आप अगर पढ़ते हो सब लोग राम रक्षा, तो मैं इतना उदाहरण देना चाहूँगी कि आप 2 बार राम रक्षा बोलिए, आपको कुछ भी नहीं होगा. Then let us think later on that modern drug discovery and all. हनुमान स्तोत्र जो हमारा है, हनुमान चालीसा हमारी है, this विष्णु सहस्रनाम, this, if you maintain this kind of spirituality and if you correlate these things in terms of modern drug discovery, I don't think so you will take the drugs and you will discover any drugs. This kind of therapies you can tell to your friends and subordinates also. So this is very, very important. Mind concentration, control, mudras, yoga. Why world over yoga day, why, what is the importance? And really it is the essence of our life that we should understand first ourselves and then take the drugs. Drug taking, drug making, modern drug delivery is a part of system. It will be going on. But I should recommend you that you should also definitely think over on this, and you complete your PhD research on these types of why Ram Raksha is important in modern drugs delivery also. So this will be the good topic of presentation also, and that will be the different also. So मुझे इतना ही बोलना है कि हमें कुछ न कुछ करते रहना चाहिए. और अगर इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम का आप अगर गो थ्रू करोगे तो इसमें इतना कुछ है कि एट दैट टाइम नो ड्रग वाज डिलीवर्ड, नो मॉडर्निटी, नथिंग वाज देयर, देन पीपल हैव अ गुड लाइफ. हमें क्या करना है, पोल्यूशन पे कंट्रोल करना है. फर्स्ट हमारा सस्टेनेबल लाइफ की तरफ हमें सोचना है. डेफिनेटली दिस इज़ द पार्ट ऑफ आवर पैनल डिस्कशन, बट वन शुड थिंक अलॉन्ग विद दैट ऑल्सो and discover himself herself कैसे करना है. But this topic is really good. Lastly मैं इतना ही बोलना चाहूँगी कि इस रणभूमि में हर एक कोई अर्जुन है, हर एक कृष्ण है. आज की इस रणभूमि में हर एक अर्जुन है, हर एक कृष्ण है. आपको अपना ही सारथी बनकर इस सब रोगों से लड़ना है. आपको आपका सारथी बनकर इस सब रोगों से लड़ना है और इसमें से नए इनोवेशंस लाना है. दिस इज़ द गुड थिंग दैट व्हाट शुड आई वांट टू डिलीवर टू यू ऑल. सो ये एक रण क्षेत्र है. सो ये बदलते वायरसेस के नाम बदलते जाएंगे, बट हमें स्टेबल रहना है, डरना नहीं है कौन सा भी वायरस आए तो. इतना ही मैं आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करना चाहूँगी. Thank you very much for giving me the chance, Dr. Dikshit Madam, Swati Madam and Chitra Madam. Thank you very much.
Very true, a true amalgamation of modernity with your roots. Nitin sir, a quick.
See, it is very important to see the key factors which will give a successful partnership between industry and academia. The first is both should set a clear objective and common goal, that they should establish short-term and long-term milestones during the journey of the drug discovery. Then there should be a common goal of the academia research and the industry need for the commercialization. Then second is they both should have strong communication and transparency. They should conduct regular meetings to align with their individual or mutual expectations. And intellectual property and data sharing agreement should be made. And in that, the ownership of the research that has to be considered before going for a collaboration. Then a conducive atmosphere has to be developed, that industry academia should understand the industry timelines and regulatory concerns. And industry also should respect the academia main role of fundamental research and publication. And they both should follow the ethical way of drug discovery. Means they should follow all the guidelines of the regulatory authorities like preclinical and clinical data. Also, the funding approvals. They should secure funding, take funding from government as well as industry investments. And this investment and funding can be shared with both the parties. And the last and the most important is, it is not the one-time project. We should build a long-lasting relationship and must look forward for further collaboration for newer drug discoveries. So the collaboration between industry and academia will form a mutual trust, and from that, the academic research will be transformed into new drug discovery, and that is going to help the global healthcare.
Very true, sir. Long-term relationship is something that is going to go a long way. Tara ma'am, over to you.
Yeah. Yes, as they're rephrasing an old saying, behind every blockbuster drug, there are a lot of hands behind it, lot of collaborations behind it. No blockbuster just comes into the market without the help and support by a whole lot of collaborators who are there. So you have now the current entry, I mean, I wouldn't say current, AI is also there to help you out in a whole lot of the clinical trials failure of clinical trials. To a certain extent, I guess, AI will be able to help you out. So AI is another collaborator who is going to be in partnership with the rest of the collaborators who are there. So generally, I think, as I mentioned earlier, things are like moving now, and you have a whole lot of the regulatory affairs, and that also nowadays the industry is not equipped well enough to conduct their clinical trials. You have the contract research organizations pitching in right now, and contract research organizations are also what you call them as startups which are there. So you have a whole lot of players who would contribute towards the drug which is coming out. So you could be one of them. You could join either be a part of a startup, or you could join the industry, or you could be a part of the research team in an institute like BRC or maybe ACTREC, as ma'am was talking about. So a lot of basic research happens in the lab scale in the institutes, which gets translated into translational research later on. And in between, as ma'am pointed out, there is a valley where your startups or your ideas you could pitch in and you could kind of bridge it. So yeah, to conclude, I would say, yeah, there's a lot of collaborations involved in the advent or in the marketing of a blockbuster drug, as they call it in pharma lingo. Thank you, and all the best to you, students.
Okay.
I would like to tell everyone that I have two companies. They encourage new research and innovation. If anybody has got a real good innovation that could help to treat any disease or help in patient care or health care, you can contact me. I can arrange a meeting to take that project forward.
So I hope you all agree. We started on a note of challenges, and here we have ample of opportunities. I would just close with a closing remark. I can do things that you can't. You can do things that I can't. Together we can do great things. On this note, thank you so much, Dr. Deepa Dikshit, Director, SIES School of Business Studies, all my co-panelists for an enriching session. Thank you, Dr. Swati, Dr. Chitra, for having us here. And thank you, audience, for being a patient audience. We can take 2 questions, ma'am. Is that what time permits?
I have seen, when I was a student abroad, I've seen that, for example, I was a Roche fellow for a couple of years. So Roche basically gave me my salary and gave me kind of chemicals to do my research. Why is that kind of environment not so much prevalent in India?
Many of the industry people any drug discovery and aid or financial aid from pharmaceutical company, they don't give or they don't encourage because of the cost involved into it. But if I said the innovation is really good and that industry really wanted to take up that project, and industry feels that this is the innovation I was looking for and I can develop this, then that can be carried forward.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. That was a really interesting discussion that we had today. Now, as a researcher, this is more of a concern that I have. Like, we constantly hear this, that the pharmaceutical industry faces a constant challenge, right, to deliver the next generation molecule. And if you simultaneously look at academic research or the pharmaceutical research, there is ample research going on in Indian pharmaceutical institutions, right? Now, I feel there is a lack of collaboration in terms of the fact that maybe that the requirements that the industry has in terms of what they need and what is the need of the hour, and that the type of research that the academia is doing, there is no correlation, or maybe there is a different focus altogether. So as you right now, Mr. Nitin Patil mentioned about your organization, which is, keen on funding on new technologies. I feel it's more of a feedback that there should be a platform wherein, the expectation of the industry is there should be some communication to the academia, so that, there are some synergies built together. When we're talking about collaboration in modern drug discovery, we are talking about taking the molecule from lab to market. So first we need to identify that need, right? And I think that need, no better than the pharmaceutical industry can identify that need. So I believe there needs to be some credible platform wherein academia and industry should come together and speak on these terms with regards to what are the needs of the requirement, and thereby we build synergies in terms of the research and the focus for modern drug discovery. This is my feedback. Maybe if you could throw some light, if there are some available platforms like these, existing in India? Maybe Mr. Patel, and also we have
Yeah.
Patkar sir in the audience. Maybe they'll be able to answer that.
See, you are absolutely rightly you have said. I am been to 50% of pharmacy college in Maharashtra as a resource person. And I see there are lot of publication, lot of research, lot of patent has been filed. But as you said, there is no, that patent is there as a paper, but it has not carried forward. So as you said, there has to be a innovation hub between academia and industry. And through that platform, these issues can be addressed, according to me.
I may be wrong also, but NCBS, it's a private university at Bangalore. They have C-Camp, which is along with, functions along with, or rather on the same platform. It is actually a platform where they encourage innovations, and I think it is more likely a translation research that is happening there. The whatever they are innovating in campus, they are kind of doing it in a small scale, like incubator style in C-Camp. They do have their webinars once, often they advertise it. So it's a nice platform where they actually, you have the industry and an academia coming on the same platform. I think it is a good, we have started. And these private universities like Flame and Ashoka, I think they are starting it in a small way. I think we are there. We might just take off.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to add on to it. Everyone has heard about Ministry of Ayush. So they are really doing a lot. So recently we have collaborated with Center for Unani Medicine. It's in Navi Mumbai, and we are trying to bring traditional medicine to the main area. Like we all know Ayurveda, homeopathy, but many people don't know there is a lot of research going on in Siddha and Unani medicine. There are a lot of limitations, but the Center of Unani Medicine are collaborating with academic institutions. So they collaborated with MIT University. So they are requesting us to take their novel formulations from Unani Pharmacopoeia. So we are working towards that. They're currently being used for cancer therapy, but they still don't know for what cancer. So it's a very broad area. So they want us to narrow down the research to prove that actually it has the property. So we are trying to do that, and they will be helping us with clinical trials. So that's how the things are working, so that we can bring back old traditional medicine which are already known to the mainstream.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With that, we come to the conclusion of our panel discussion. Heartfelt thank you to all our panelists and our moderator for discussing the various facets of role of collaboration in modern drug discovery. I request the panelists to please take a seat in the audience. Meanwhile, every event finds its fulfillment in the expression of gratitude from the organizing team. So as we near the conclusion of this exceptional program, I invite Dr. Swati Checker to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you at the conclusion of this remarkable conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all those who have contributed to making this event a resounding success. Dr. Gunjan Hasijani for working along with me as convener for the conference. I would like to thank our academic collaborators from SIES, Indian Institute of Environmental Management, SIES School of Packaging, SIES School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, and SIES College of Arts, Science and Commerce. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere thanks to our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Justin Paul, for sharing his valuable time and insights with us. our Honorable Director, Dr. Deepa Dikshit, for her constant encouragement and support, and to the Management Council of SIES Trust. Thank you to the distinguished panelists, Mr. Amit Darak, Dr. Sudesh Sharma, Dr. Sangeeta Sharma, Mr. Nitin Patil, Dr. Tara Menon, Dr. Jaya Lakkakula, Dr. Anita Joshi, and Dr. Shalini Gulecha. Your insights, expertise, and thought-provoking presentations have truly enriched this conference and provided invaluable perspectives for all of us. We are grateful for the time and effort you put into sharing your knowledge with us. A very special thanks to our invited speaker, Dr. Usha Padmanabhan. Your insights and expertise truly captivated our audience, and we are grateful for the time and effort you put into delivering such an engaging talk. I would also like to thank our dedicated participants. Your enthusiasm, engagement, and thoughtful questions have made the discussions lively and impactful. It's your contributions that makes every event like this truly meaningful, and we hope the ideas shared here will continue to inspire you in your future research endeavors. A special thanks goes to our award sponsors and partners. Without your generous support, this conference would not have been possible. Your commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering academic excellence is deeply appreciated. To our volunteers and organizing team, office staff, thank you for your hard work, attention to detail, and tireless effort in ensuring everything ran smoothly. From registration to technical support, you have been the backbone of this conference, and we are grateful for your contributions. Finally, I would like to thank each and every one of you for attending and making this conference a huge success. We hope that you have found the discussions informative and inspiring, and that you leave with new connections and ideas to take forward in your academic and professional journeys. We look forward to seeing you again at future events. Until then, let us continue to explore, discover, and push the boundaries of knowledge. Thank you and have a great day. I would now like to request all of you to rise for the national anthem.
मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
As I'm a motivational speaker, एक लास्ट लाइन आपके लिए बोलना चाहूँगा। ना थके पैर कभी, ना कभी हिम्मत हारी है, ना थके पैर कभी, ना कभी हिम्मत हारी है, जज्बा है चलते रहने का, इसलिए सफ़र जारी है।
From my side, I would like to motivate you all by one share. काम करो ऐसा कि एक पहचान बन जाए, काम करो ऐसा कि एक पहचान बन जाए, हर कदम ऐसा चलो, हर कदम ऐसा चलो कि एक निशान बन जाए। यहाँ ज़िंदगी तो काट लेता है हर कोई, यहाँ ज़िंदगी तो काट लेता है हर कोई, ज़िंदगी जो इस कदर की मिसाल बन जाए, ज़िंदगी जो इस कदर की मिसाल बन जाए। Thank you very much.
I request you all to please take your seats so that we take a group photograph. Can everybody please be seated in the center column?